Right folks, good morning from Newcastle International Airport everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the live stream. Good morning everyone from Newcastle International Airport. It's December the 15th and we've just arrived in time to see the Tui Dreamliner arrive. That's good. Mark Sanderson, good morning. Welcome to the live stream, mate. Hassan and Mark, good morning, welcome to the live stream. Great to have you with us. Right, we've got Tui's Dreamliner, Tui's 787 Dreamliner, just on the approach. Just need to get a manual focus point and focus. Just, this time I'm on, it's needed. There we go, there's the Tui. It's arriving a few hours late this morning. So let's see if IA is going to pick it up. Should do in theory. There we go. Golf Tango Uniform India Echo from not Orlando, Bridgetown, sorry. Got the wrong one there. There it is. It's landing on 2.5. Didn't think we'd get this morning, but we've managed to get here for it. Touchdown. Look at the fact these bushes are still there. Patrick, good morning. Welcome to live stream, Patrick. Great to have you with us. Welcome on board. Good morning, Golf Tango Uniform India Echo. Miles of smiles. Beautiful. Yeah, that flight, so the Tui is usually meant to arrive around about 6 o'clock in the morning, but this morning it's running about 2 and a bit hours late, so good opportunity for us to catch it here, and it should be positioning down to Manchester in the next hour and a half, so we'll turn around. I think there'll be another crew that will jump on board, and then we'll get going down to Manchester. Sorry about that. What are your plans for Christmas? Well, I don't personally bother with Christmas, it's just another day for me, but quite looking forward to having a nice quiet day off, a long lie-in, and yeah, just nice quiet day at home. I'm sure everyone else has got plenty of plans for the for next week. In fact, actually, it's a good opportunity to catch up on some video editing because I'm well behind with my video editing. So me and my wife just went to Malta a couple of weeks ago and got plenty of footage from Malta, and I still haven't edited all of it. I've still got some more to edit, so it might be a good opportunity to do some of that. Right, we've got I think it's a Ryanair 737 MAX just on final approach now, so we'll we'll zoom into that in just 1 second. I'm just going to change the modes a second, folks, just so I can get a bit of a clearer shot. It's the Tui pulling in onto stand now. There we go, that's the Tui on stand. Now I'll just pan back to the approach, and I believe we have... Oh no, sorry, it's a KLM E2. Sorry, it's KLM's Embraer E2. I think it's Papa Hotel November X-Ray Golf arriving from Amsterdam, from Schiphol. Quite funny because some of you may have seen, but when I was in Malta I got the manufacturers, so Embraer's E195 E2 the test aircraft that they're using for demonstrator flights and all sorts. I caught that when I was in Malta, and that was pretty cool to see. Amazing aircraft, they really are. There we go, Papa Hotel November X-Ray Golf, just as Flight Radar said it was going to be. Happy days. So just taxiing to stand now. And Ferry Hill Train Spotter, good morning. Welcome to the live stream, Chris. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Great to have you on board. Hope you're having a good morning so far. Been meaning to do a live stream from Newcastle Airport for quite a while now. Just haven't had the time or the opportunity to. So it's great to get this morning to. There we go. Look at that beautiful light on that. Got a little DA, I don't know if it's a DA42 or DA62 twin prop that's just lining up on runway 25, so get that depart in just a second. Paul, you just planned for it to be over. I think most of us do. Oh dear. Those Tuis need a paint job. I totally agree with you. The Tuis are looking really tired, although I am informed that they will, or they are already starting to receive a new paint job. I'm sure one of them's already in Jordan. I might be wrong, but I'm sure one of them's in maintenance and it's going to be repainted, according to the Manchester Spotters group. So how accurate that is, I'm not entirely sure, but it did position there, so whether it was just for maintenance or for repaint, I'm not sure. Stephen Marchant, good morning Stephen, welcome to the live stream, mate. How are you doing? Great to have you with us, mate. Yes, that's right, it's got the Tui flight to Tenerife. Also, Stephen, we just caught the Tui Dreamliner, the 787 arriving from Bridgetown. And I was saying to the viewers, usually that Dreamliner flight arrives at about 6 o'clock in the morning. Thankfully for us, it's about two and a half hours delayed this morning, which meant that we've been able to get it, which is fantastic. Nice extra movement to see. Also, folks, I hope the live stream, I hope the audio and video is all okay for you. If there's any issues, just let me know, because I did have a couple of issues with it, and I had to do a quick test last night before I came down here. But a little story for everyone. So when me and my wife went to Malta the other week, my idea was to do a long live stream, a bit like this one, where we'll be there for most of the day. And yeah, we had a bit of a problem where I took the wrong HDMI cable, and to try and get hold of one of those HDMI cables in Malta was a bit of a pain. So yeah, I gave up in the end, and unfortunately was only able to do the one live stream using the smartphone. But I was looking forward to doing a long live stream in Malta as well, especially when we had that strong wind. I was able to do one then, but the quality just wasn't as good as, you know, what this is on the camcorder. But such is life. You've got to switch seats which have no window. Oh no, 100% mate, 100%. I agree with you there, Mark. It's the same as whenever I fly with Ryanair and I end up with seat 11 Alpha or 11 Foxtrot. It's like, oh, I quickly try and change it if at all possible, because you know for a fact with 11 you're not getting a window seat, end of. So yeah, it's a bit of a pain if you get randomly allocated those seats. On the other hand, recently I've had a good run with random allocation where I've managed to pick up window seats randomly for free. So yeah, I went for a period of time where I wasn't getting any random allocated window seats, and recently I've had quite a few, which has been nice. Right, that little DA42, I'm just going to try and pan over to the runway as carefully as I can. There it is. That little DA42 is just on the runway now, lined up and ready to rumble. I'm not sure on the reg of it. I'll get that for you in a second off flight radar. Tango Uniform India Foxtrot St Jordan. Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, I knew it was one of them. I wasn't sure which one though. Tango Uniform India Foxtrot. Thank you for that, mate. Also, another good thing, folks, because it's a nice clear day, if there's any overhead movements, we can get those as well. So that'll be good. Right. There goes the DA62 or 40. DA62, I think. I don't know. Have a consultation with Flight Radar 24 in just a moment. There it goes. I think we're due a couple of Ryanair 737 Maxes in soon as well, one from Paphos and another one from Barcelona. It's got a funny tub on it. It looks like a bottlenose DA62 or whatever it is. I'm presuming that's a camera at the very front of it. I'll have to ask my mate because he flies them. Alright, there's the Jet2 just pushing back now, folks, and we've also got another aircraft just turning out the final. I think it's the Ryanair Max. Yes, Stephen, that 11 is no wind. There is no window on row 11. That's why I was just sorry if I confused it there. Just on row 11 there is no window seat, so it's always whenever I do get allocated that, I'm always quick to change and get myself another seat. Jet2 Ibiza Golf Juliet Zulu Hotel Victor. Jet2 of course have their own operations here. They've got loads of based aircraft. I mean, this morning we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 that I can see right now. There might be another 1 or 2 parked behind the back, but yeah, Jet2 have a very big base here. Okay, so we've got the Ryanair from Paphos, which is just about to touch down, so we'll pan over to that. I'm just going to get a focus point off the Jet2. The ground crew just disconnecting from the aircraft now. Now we'll pan over to the approach and get the Ryanair 737 MAX arriving all the way from Cyprus. It's a long old flight, this especially early in the morning, 4 and a bit hours. Cyprus is one place I would love to go to. Definitely on my list of places to visit. Got a British Airways coming in a moment as well. Nicely done, very nicely done. Feels like ages ago since we had the first 737 MAX arrive in Newcastle. Or the first Ryanair one, I should say. Patrick, did anyone see the meteor shower yesterday? No, I didn't personally, but I did see a couple on Facebook locally to me who did. Got some nice photos of it actually. I presume they would have known in advance because they were all set up and ready to go. There we go. That is Echo India Foxtrot Victor. On the other side we've got Jet2 737-800 just taxiing now. Like Luftier 340-300 over Moffat. Thank you for that, Mark. Even if it's actually saying that, there's some cloud just moving in from the west. So if that cloud keeps moving, we might not get as good a shot. If they're coming in from the east, right now directly overhead's possible, but over to the west isn't so much. There we go, Ryanair and Jet2. Oh, nice, you saw it, Mark. Cool, very cool. Yeah, there's quite a few who seem to see it. It was really nice. We had the Northern Lights last week, the Aurora Borealis, up round us, and oh, it was so bright. Even at like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, it was still really bright. JT Jets, hedge has been trimmed. Well, yeah. Part of the hedge has been trimmed. So the inner part of the hedge, nearest the approach lights, has been trimmed. All the straggly bits, such as these bits, have all been left. So make of that what you will. But the hedge has been cut. The hedge has been trimmed. Just not properly and not completely. So, yeah. What's even more frustrating is the fact they've done the inner portion near the fence line, they've done the outer portion nearest the road, but they've not bothered doing the middle bit. Which sort of defeats the purpose of cutting a hedge. But who am I to know? I'm just a, you know, I'm just an occasional gardener who does hedge trimming at the end of the year for about 2 months, so hey. Loganair 42-500, passing overhead on its way to Manchester. Neil Russell Hubbard, good morning mate, welcome to live stream. Great to have you with us. Hope you're keeping well mate. We've got British Airways Airbus A320, Golf Mike India Delta X-ray. Now this is one of the BMI A320s and that's just on the approach now. Let me just get flight radar open so I can actually see what I'm talking about. Right, let's have a look. So yeah, we've got the I can see the Lufthansa. He looks like he's a bit too far over to the west. We may get it once he passes further to the south, but there is a bank of cloud just moving in as we speak, so we'll see. Right, the Jet2 is lining up on runway 25 now. He's got his strobe lights on, and British Airways is established on the approach. So we'll get the Jet2 going out before the British Airways lands. And then once we get a gap in movement, I need to plug in all my charging equipment, because so far I've got nothing plugged in charge-wise. Well, exactly, and the thing is, the you know, the hedge cutters that they use are proper, you know, they'll use New Hollands and that with the long arms, so they've got plenty of reach on them, but why not just do the whole thing? It's beyond me. Anyway, here goes the Jet2. Let me see where it's going to. Jet2 to Tenerife, Shanix 517. I wish I was on this flight. There we go. Right. That was the Jet2, that was cool. I always loved the takeoffs to the Canaries and Egypt, and now Cape Verde. We now have the Cape Verde flight. Those flights are typically quite heavy with fuel, so they always use up a little extra runway, which is nice to see. Right, next we have British Airways Shuttle 12 Kilo, BA 1324, arriving from London Heathrow. It's coming in now. Approach. You can see that beautiful early morning sunlight just on the side of the plane there. It's lovely. Ryanair took a couple of minutes to get on the stand. They're now just disembarking. It took a couple extra minutes here. There we go, and that's Golf Mike India Delta X-ray. Down on the ground here, like I say, an ex-BMI International Airbus A320, originally delivered back in 2000 to BMI. It's now 23 years old, this A320. It's amazing with these Airbuses just how well built they are. When I was over in Canada in October, I saw one of Air Canada's A320s, and it's one of the oldest ones in the world still flying. I think it's 32 or 35 years old, something like that. And you know, they keep running them. They're so reliable, such reliable aircraft, even for their age. You know, it's a true testament to how well Airbus have done in producing it. Sometimes, folks, you'll notice the image is a little bit blurred. Just I go between autofocus and manual focus just to avoid the hedges, so you don't see as much of the hedge, but you do get more of the aircraft. So Sometimes you may notice that through the live stream. Haven't been to Newcastle for a while. For the Max, nice. Yeah, I haven't been for a little bit with working and trying to catch up with lots of things and trying to sort through footage from Malta and other places as well. I've just started editing most of my Canada footage from the beginning of October, so that's a work in progress, and it's getting there slowly. Thing is, it doesn't happen overnight, especially when you've got hundreds and hundreds of clips to edit. I can see there's a helicopter starting. It looks like it might be... Actually, no, it's not the police helicopter. I'm not sure which one it is, but there's a helicopter just starting up on the Samson apron. So we'll keep an eye on that in just a second. Video kept freezing there. You think it's fine? Super. Hopefully it's all working. If there are any other issues like that, please do let me know and we'll get it sorted. Right, there's the stand guidance there. JT, no worries, you take care of yourself, mate, and we'll see you very soon. I hope you have a good day. Take care of yourself. And Chocks, yes, you're absolutely right. The engines on the CO look tiny in comparison to the Neo. It's funny what an EasyJet A320neo here at Newcastle Airport. Like exactly as you say, the engines looked absolutely massive on it compared to the COs that we had. We had based ones at the time as well. EasyJet still had 3 aircraft based here at Newcastle. But in recent years, you know, now the Neos are just becoming common. Dare I say it, seeing some of these older Airbuses, which, you know, at 20 years old, they're not old at all, but yeah, it's amazing just to see the difference in how technology is improving. Right to R44. R44, sorry. Robinson R44 is just lifting off now. Should just be appearing on Flight Radar 24 as well. Golf Foxtrot Romeo Yankee Alpha. He's just put his transponder on. That's him lifting out of Newcastle. My first ever helicopter flight was in a Robinson R44 10 years ago. And that was an amazing experience that I won't forget. Ryanair's becoming more and more extensive, folks, just to give you an idea. So looking across to the east, as it is at the moment, it's quite clear. Directly overhead it's fairly clear, but just moving in from the west, we've got this thick layer of cloud just moving in there. So unfortunately it doesn't look like the overheads will be able to see them, which is a pity. But yeah, right, I better get some batteries plugged in, because these batteries aren't going to last all day without charge. Farang Travels, good morning. Welcome to the live stream again. Patrick, yes, thank you, Patrick. I can see the problem. I'm just going to quickly change a couple of things, which hopefully should stop it freezing. Just going to try that. That should stop it. There we go, that should be a sort. It shouldn't be freezing now. What it was is it's the background processes on the mobile phone, believe it or not, that caused the freezing. Right, I'm just going to get all of our batteries and everything all set up. When I arrived earlier on, folks, the first plane that I saw was the Tui Dreamliner on the approach. So I didn't have any time to plug any power banks or anything in, so I'm just doing that now, and that should keep us going for the rest of the day in theory. It's one of those things that's not bad to do on a day like today when it's, you know, it's fairly calm and not that windy, but on a day where it's windy and stormy, it makes it a little bit more interesting trying to get things set up, and you can't do it anywhere near as fast. But yeah, if you do notice a little bump or two, that's what it is. We're just plugging all the power stuff in. Pop that one in there. I got a new a new USB cable for charging the camcorder, which means that I used to bring a battery pack, a separate battery pack, just to charge the camcorder. Now I don't need that, so I've replaced the power pack with a cable, which is a big help. All passengers are just boarding the Ryanair 737 MAX flight to Paphos. That's them just boarding now. Right, we're all powered up. That's exactly what we want. Just quickly sharing a couple of links with the live stream folks. Meanwhile, you can see all the happy passengers are boarding the Ryanair flight to Paphos. Oh, I would love to be on that flight. Love, love, love to be on that flight. That sounds good, Patrick. That'll be a nice flight down to London. Sure you'll enjoy that, mate. So we've got Ryanair from Dublin. That's coming in right now. We've also got another Ryanair coming in from Barcelona. Actually, we've got, sorry, not from Dublin, we've got Ryanair coming in from Krakow, Sierra Papa Romeo Kilo Echo. It's one of the Buzz, so the Polish ones, the Buzz 737-800s. Then we've also got another KLM Embraer 175, that's coming in from Amsterdam. Excuse me. So, yeah, a few good movements coming, and eventually in the next hour, that Tui Dreamliner in front of you that you can see on the screen there, Golf Tango Uniform Golf Tango Uniform India Echo, should be departing to Manchester for a short hop, so that'll probably take off quite quickly, as they usually do on these short positioning flights. Meanwhile, that Ryanair is boarding to Paphos. I wonder if they've just wonder if they're just doing a light test because they've just turned the pappies on for runway 07. As far as I'm aware, the wind at the moment is light and favouring 2.5, so maybe they're just doing a light test. Oh yeah, it looks like they're just doing a light test. There's a couple of looks like there's a couple of personnel walking out to the runway. Just to do an inspection of the lights by the look of it. All this baggage going in the overhead storage, yeah, does tend to cause a bit of a delay. I made a really silly mistake when I came back from Malta. So I bought all of these different things for well, a few presents and that for the family. One of which was, for any of you who know what it is, in Malta they have a local drink called Kinney, which is the best way to describe it is like, it's a bit like really nice Lucozade with aromatic herbs, and it tastes really, really good. Anyone who's tried it before, if you like it, you know what it is. But anyway, I bought 2 bottles of that and put it in my case along with a couple of beers for my dad. And when I got to the airport, when me and my wife got to the airport at about 3:30 in the morning, we arrived at Malta International Airport ready for our flight to East Midlands. And I took my bag up to the check-in desk thinking that I'd booked a check-in hold bag, which I had done for the flight to Malta. So we flew Edinburgh, Bournemouth, Malta, and on both of those flights we had a checked-in hold bag. Anyway, I went to the check-in desk to check in the bag, and the guy at the check-in said, oh, I'm very sorry, sir. He says, but you've actually booked priority with a cabin bag. And I looked at my boarding pass, and sure enough, that's what I'd done. I'd booked it purely because at the time when I booked the flights, it was the cheapest option. Well, of course, I thought I'd booked a hold bag and I bought all these liquids to bring home with me. So I thought, right, what should I do? So I thought, right, well, I'll just book it as a whole bag anyway. It was 44 euros. So I quickly went on the app, purchased a whole bag in which I could take up to 20 kilos, for, like I say, for about 40 euros. But in hindsight, I sort of wish I'd not done that and bought some of the drink airside, because it would have probably saved about 20 euros, even though it's more expensive in duty free. Anyway, checked in my hold bag, off it went into the hold of the aircraft. The sound you can hear, folks, is just the sound of the metro train in the background. Got on our flight to East Midlands, arrived to East Midlands early in the morning, and picked up our case off the carousel to find it absolutely soaking wet. And one of the bottles of Kinney that I had bought in Malta had split, and yeah, was emptied all over the contents inside the case. And I had packed it quite well. So one of the 2 bottles had burst, so thankfully I still had the other one, and the beers were intact. Amazingly, the beers were intact, but a plastic bottle split. Anyway, yeah, it'll teach me in future to prepare before I go. I honestly thought I'd booked it as a hold bag, but it turned out I hadn't, so yeah. You know, is the Air North group still going? I'm not sure, Mark. I don't know. I don't think I've ever been part of the Air North group. We'll have a local group for Newcastle Airport for the movements and everything, NEA, and that's been on the go for years. But the Air North one, I'm not so sure about. Not entirely sure, mate. Good news, folks, the cloud has cleared from the west, and there is some hazy cloud at about maybe 15 to 20,000 feet, but if there is anything going overhead, we should be able to see it in theory. We've got a Loganair Embraer just about to land from Southampton, Golf Sierra Alpha Juliet Hotel. That'll be coming in just a moment. Right, the Loganair Embraer is just on final approach now, so we'll pan over to that. Looks like Ryanair's just ready to go. There we go, that's a Ryanair all locked up. We'll just pan over to the approach now. Got the Emirates due in about 2 hours as well. The Tui Dreamliner, I've just had a quick look on Flight Radar 24, and its estimated time of departure to Manchester is around about 9:55, so the Dreamliner should be departing in about 30 minutes, all being well. Sometimes when they are running this late, they do tend to carry that delay with them, so it might even be a little bit later than that, so we'll see when it goes. Here comes the Loganair Embraer all the way from Southampton. It's an airport which has recently just extended its runway, and the extension now allows for direct flights to Spain and all sorts of other places, and I think EasyJet are starting routes there next year, and Ryanair looks to be interested as well, so it could be a really important extension for Southampton. Go. That's the Embraer. It's one of my favourite aircraft for flying on board as a passenger. Is the Embraer 145. It's quick. It's It's comfortable, and it's one of those aircraft that, as a regional jet, just feels really nice to fly on board. And Loganair, especially as an airline, is fantastic to fly with. You get great service with Loganair. Lovely tartan livery, glistening in the morning sunshine. Very, very nice. Got the Ryanair that's just turned on the final approach now to runway 25. Loganair have also recently begun a programme to they've started putting new seating, new interiors into their Embraers, and the first of which I believe has been based here, Sierra Alpha Juliet, or is it Aberdeen? It might have been based at Sierra Alpha Juliet Charlie. It was in maintenance for quite a while, and whilst it was in maintenance, they did a whole refit of the cabin and a lot of enhancements, which definitely look like it's going to make the cabin a lot more comfortable and allow the aircraft to carry on for a few years, because I think the weight saving is quite substantial as well for the Embraer. So weight equals fuel, and the lighter the aircraft, the less fuel it burns. And political bias, Mark, good morning to you, mate. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you're keeping well. It's lovely to have you with us. How are you keeping, mate? Yeah, we haven't been in Newcastle for a little while, so it's nice to finally get back again. There's a stand guidance for the Embraer, just taxiing in. And we've got plenty of good movements lined up for this morning. Tui's Dreamliner departing, then Emirates 777 arriving, Ryanair 737 MAX coming in. Lots and lots of good movements. On the KLM Embraer E2 is just pushing back now. So if we pan from this stand, and if we just go nicely across to the other stand, there's the KLM Embraer E2, Papa Hotel November X-ray Golf, just pushing back now. So the Embraer E190 family is one that I haven't flown yet. I've flown the Embraer 175 before with Flybe from Doncaster to Paris Charles de Gaulle, but I have not flown on one of the Embraer 190s or 195, so hopefully next year that's something should be able to do. And I've never been to Amsterdam either. I've driven past Amsterdam, I've flown over Amsterdam, but I've never actually been to Amsterdam, so hopefully that might be another place to go to next year. And it's great to have you all joining us here on the live stream this morning. To any of you who have just tuned in, welcome to Newcastle International Airport. We've got KLM just pushing back there from its stand, heading to Amsterdam, and in a few minutes we'll have another KLM arriving, an Embraer 175 arriving from Amsterdam as well. So plenty of activity. Also Ryanair's 737 MAX is just about ready for push and start now. All the doors are closed and ground crew is in position, so it looks like they'll be going in a moment. And if we just zoom out a little bit and have a look over to the north side of the airport, that's the Loganair that just arrived. And we've got the Tui to Manchester, that'll be departing shortly. Ryanair's 737 MAX to Paphos. And over in the far distance we've got a Jet2 737-800, I believe. I'm not sure where that's going to. I was about to say Tenerife, but I don't think it is Tenerife. James Whale, good morning James, welcome to the live stream. So we've got another Ryanair 737 MAX Echo India Hotel Alpha Yankee, which is arriving from Barcelona. That's just on the final approach now for runway 07, runway 25 even, apologies. There it is, just there. This is one of the routes that EasyJet used to operate, and it was a very popular route until they pulled out of their base from here at Newcastle Airport, and Ryanair have taken it over, and it seems to be operating, well, performing quite well for them. So, yeah. Beautiful, very nice. There we go, that's Hotel Alpha Yankee down. Now if you want to read the registration as it's written, EIA, Hotel Alpha Yankee. It's looking beautiful in that morning sunlight. Maxes are very comfortable aircraft to fly on. We had one, we flew on one from Malta back to, oh, we've got the KLM just taxiing along as well. KLM's taxiing at some speed actually. KLM's, in the time that Ryanair's landed, he's quickly gone from around the corner where he was parked and heading straight along to runway 25. Some of you may have seen my video last month of a KLM 737-800 departing from intersection Charlie, and that was amazing to see. A shortened departure which you don't see too often, so that was really cool. I know, and I can't either. It's one of those places which I've always wanted to go to, Mark, but I've just never quite managed to. So, yeah, me and a few of my mates looked at going a few years ago, but just never, for one reason or another, just never quite managed it. Two Ryanair 737 MAX 8200s at Newcastle International Airport. That is cool to see. And we've got a P68 Vulcanair. It's one of the survey aircraft, I think. That's just about to land on runway 25. I saw on flight radar 24 that it was just holding to the south of the airport. KLM's just at the holding point, looks like he's ready to go. It's a shame that the Embraer 175 is delayed, because if it wasn't, we would have had the 2 KLMs on the ground at the same time. Could have got some nice shots of that, but yeah, unfortunately that's not going to happen today. James, Wales, KLM flight must have yeah, they must have. Jet2 off to Antalya. Thank you very much for that, Stephen. Thank you, mate. Off to Turkey. Looks like the Vulcanair is going to vacate with our Foxtrot. There we go, that's a Vulcanair off the runway. KLM still holding short. Don't know if he's got a slot or if the Ryanair coming in has got... Oh, actually no, what's that, sorry. Oh, it's that DA62, the one that departed before. I didn't notice that was coming in to land. You hope you never have to fly Ryanair. Oh, you don't know what you're missing out on. You've not lived if you haven't flown Ryanair. That's all I can say. There we go. That's the Diamond just landed. Now KLM is going to line up just behind. And the Ryanair 737, the Buzz one, Sierra Papa Romeo Kilo Echo, is on the ILS for runway 25. It's nice and busy this morning actually. The Tui Dreamliner to Manchester, the jet bridge has been disconnected, and the 787 looks like it is almost ready for push and start. Yeah, they are cool. It is nice just to see that little mix of large and small traffic. It's pretty cool. Is it the same one that departed before or not? It looks... No, it looks different, because the other one before had that little bulge on the front of it. Oh no, it does. Yeah, no, it does have that pod on the front of it. It's got it. You can just see it on the front there. It looks like a camera. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like a camera on the front of it. Right, KLM E2 clear for takeoff, runway 25. Meanwhile, the Ryanair 737 is on the approach behind. Carl, good morning. Welcome to live stream. Waiting for your sister to arrive on EK35 from Dubai. Fantastic, mate. Well, it shouldn't be too long. It'll just be another couple hours until it arrives, so not too long to go. Ah, that's the window they've just got to depart. Fantastic, James. Well, at least they're getting out anyway. Right, here goes the E2. always think that the E2s look so graceful. They look great, they sound great, just that wingspan, the wingspan looks amazing. Right, the Ryanair looks like he's been pushed back. Has he been pushed back into Bravo? Has he been, oh no, he's been turned, no, he's been turned around. Right, so the Ryanair 737 MAX to Paphos is getting pushed back. Tui's Dreamliner has got his beacon lights on and is getting push and start. On the north side, there's a Jet2 737-800 just getting push and start. And so yeah, we've got 3 departures all in quick succession coming up very shortly. Meanwhile, I just realised that my neck's freezing cold. I'm quite pleased though, because I had the time this morning and I remembered that I remembered to make a flask of tea, so I'm very prepared this morning. Right, here comes the Buzz 737-800 from Kraków in Polska, Poland. Well, I thought that was going to be a hard one there, flipping heck. That sink rate there, just on the final, final part, just before he flared, it looked like that was going to be a hard one. Dear me. I just need this Ryanair to roll all the way at the end of the runway, and if he does that, it should make a really good photo opportunity with 3 Ryanairs in one shot. I think he's going to go via Bravo though. I think. Is he? Looks. No, he's rolled past Bravo. Yes, great. So should be a nice photo opportunity for 3 Ryanairs in one shot in just a second. Buy one, get 2 free. LP, hello. No, that's the metro line which is behind the airport. So that's behind the airport. Come on, Ryanair. Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going. I'm not going to get this photo if you keep lingering on the runway. Come on. Oh, come on. Get off the runway, please. Thank you. Keep it going. Keep it going. Ryanair heaven. Buy one, get 2 free. And not a single one of those is a based aircraft. How cool is that? Oh, it's so good having a Ryanair base now. It's so good. It's a shame he's turning that way, but yeah, that horn sound you can hear is the metro line. Ah, that's cool. That's really cool. It's one of those things that, you know, we used to get 2 at a time at once, but you know, if you time it right, and thankfully one of them's delayed, you can get 3 in one shot. That's pretty cool. It was a bit bouncy, James, yes. I must admit, like I say, when I saw him coming down, I thought he was going to absolutely slam it on the runway, but they made it just fine. Who am I to say if a plane should slam down on the runway? Oh dear. Well, there's a big backlog for departures now. We've got quite a queue here. So the British Airways is pretty much ready to go. The Tui Dreamliner has had his beacon lights on now for a good couple of minutes since that Ryanair, before that Ryanair landed. We've got passengers boarding the Ryanair 737 MAX to Barcelona, Echo India Hotel Alpha Yankee. Then we've got the Jet2 to Antalya over in the distance, and we've got the other Jet2 that's been pushed back. The tug is still connected, so I presume they're going onto a stand. Then we've got the other Ryanair 737 MAX to Paphos that everybody is waiting for to taxi. So everyone's waiting for this Ryanair MAX to move before things can get going again. Oh, Mark, thank you very much for that, mate. That's very kind of you. Really appreciate that. Thank you, mate. I'm not sure. YouTube have updated a few things since I did the last live stream. I'm not sure that I got an email the other day to say that there's a new thing for the super thanks, and I don't know. I haven't read into it, so I don't know what it's what they've done with it. But thank you very much for that, Mark. I really appreciate it, mate. We've got KLM's Embraer 175. KLM 961, that's just turned onto the ILS for runway 25. Finally, the MAX is moving. Ryanair MAX is taxiing and on its way, and once this moves, then everyone else should be able to move in turn. It's one of the only problems with the 737 MAXs is they do tend to take a little longer to get the engine started compared to the older 737-800s, just due to the engine temperatures and whatnot, and the start procedure is just a little slower than the older 800s. There we go, that's the MAX on the move. Jet2 is now taxiing, well, it's been towed out. It's going to have to get a manual focus point just to get this KLM coming in. Love those winglets. The split scimitar ones, the new ones, are brilliant. Right, so that's that. Taxiing along to runway 25. Then we've got Jet2's 737-800. It's getting a tow along. It's nice and busy here this morning. Very, very nice and busy. Expect it'll go quieter later on, but for now it's nice and steady. Yeah, Jet2's still got all the pins and covers in, so that won't be ready for another few minutes till it's on stand and all ready. Okay, we'll pan over to the approach now, where the KLM Embraer from Amsterdam is about to land. One of their Embraer 175s, the baby Embraer. Nicely done. I love the winglets on the new Embraer 175s. I say new, some of them are nearly 10 years old now, but yeah, those winglets that Embraer came up with are really cool, really cool. Ryanair Max in the background, just about to line up on runway 25 as it's going to Cyprus with a good passenger load. Hopefully it's a nice long takeoff, that'll be cool. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Lima. Tui's Dreamliner is just pushing back now. So just pan over to the side there. Tui's Dreamliner's pushing, and that Jet2's just been towed in onto stand. They're the older winglets. Oh, the older winglets on presumably the Embraer 175, I assume you mean, mate. There's the Dreamliner just starting its engines now. Right, the Ryanair 737 MAX is lined up, ready to depart. Also, we've got the British Airways A320, the ex-BMI international one. That's just pushed back. Golf Mike India Delta X-ray. That'll be departing shortly as well. So all in all, we've got another 2 departures imminently, and a third one that'll be pushing back very shortly. Right, whilst the Tui is starting its engines and pushing back, we'll pan across to the Ryanair that's on the roll now, heading to Paphos. Very nice. Zoom into the Tui. The toolbar all disconnected from the aircraft. Yeah, it was very cool. Very, very cool. That's the impressive thing as well with the Max, is just that little less runway that they need, especially with derated power on takeoff. It's pretty cool to see. Right, toolbar's disconnected from the Tui. Just a flight control check now for the crew. You can see the rudder moving there in the background. And then they'll request taxi in just a moment. Ryanair's just getting clearance. Right, so the Tui's been cleared to taxi once the British Airways has passed. British Airways is just taxi now, and the Ryanair on stand is just requesting clearance. Love the Golf Mike India Delta X-ray. Robert Hadfield, Bob, good morning. Welcome to the live stream, mate. How are you doing? Great to have you with us. You've joined us just as the airport's getting nice and busy. Stephen Marchant, the Tui repaint is just going to be a fresh paint job. Basically, there is no redesign. It's just literally a copy and paste of what they already have. They've updated it once about 3-4 years ago with the amended on the fuselage with the Tui logo, but apart from that, that's all that's really happening. Right, Tui's on the move. There it goes. Chris, good morning. Chris, welcome to the live stream. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Lovely to have you with us. Miles of smiles. I was really pleased we arrived here early enough to catch that landing. Actually, I wasn't sure with the jet stream if they'd make up enough time and we'd miss it, but thankfully we caught it this morning, which was good. There we go, that's them taxiing along to runway 25. This Dreamliner I'll use next to no runways. It'll be extremely light for its flight down to Manchester. Tony McCall, good morning, Tony. Welcome to the live stream, mate. Yeah, all very good, thank you, mate. Hope you're keeping well too. It's wet, soggy and muddy underfoot, but it's a beautiful day in the northeast. Virtually no cloud, apart from a whisper or two here or there, but apart from that, it's a lovely day. And so far, the traffic's been good as well. Been good. Feeling very lucky in a warm house with a day off, Chris. Lucky man. Lucky, lucky man. I must confess, a day inside actually was something I did consider yesterday, but I've not been down to the airport much recently, so I thought, you know what, we've got a few good movements coming in. We'll pop down and see what we can get. And so far this morning it's been really good. There's a runway inspection in progress. British Airways is just about to line up. Yeah, that's a British Airways just lining up on runway 25. Bring back the old Britannia livery. Oh, now that would be a classic. Do you know what would be nice is if Tui did some retro liveries. It would be so cool if Tui did some retro liveries like the Britannia Airways livery, First Choice livery. Imagine the My Travel livery. That would be so cool. I know it was more associated with the Thomas Cook brand, but oh, that would be so cool. Tui Dreamliner's just lining up behind the British Airways. That British Airways was up like lightning. is ready to rock and roll. There is an inspection just ongoing before he departs. Spitfire RF 100, good morning to you, mate. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you're keeping well. Lovely to have you on board. Lovely to have everyone on board this morning. It's great to see so many of you tuned in this morning. Hope you're all having a lovely Friday, getting ready for the weekend. Mark, did I take the scanner to Canada? Did I take the scanner to Canada? Don't think I did. Did I? Can't remember. I don't think I did, mate. Ranger's just being told to get off the runway. Because there's a big, mighty Dreamliner to depart. I say big and mighty. Over exaggerating a little bit. Actually, do you know what, Chris? Imagine having a Dreamliner come into Aberdeen. That'd be so cool. That'd be so cool. Right, so that's the Tui Dreamliner, clear for takeoff, and there is a Jet2 737-800 just taxiing now. And chocks, yeah, that would be fantastic. Britannia livery on a Tui 787, or even on a 737, that would be so cool. It's the annoying thing because Tui in Germany do retro liveries. And they've got some special liveries, but in the UK we've got virtually none, which is really a shame. Here comes the Screamliner. Rewind. Rotate. That was nice. Was nice. Bit of a later rotation than I expected, to be honest. I expected them to be up much earlier than that. That's there we go. Jet2 is going along, so Tui's just been handed off. Runway inspection is still in progress. Yeah, they've even had at Aberdeen. They've even had A340s before, which is cool. I've seen pictures and whatnot. Loganair's Embraer 145 is pushing back. Yes, so there's an A321 operating for Loganair because they're currently down on aircraft. So I think Titan Airways are substituting for them. But it's a pretty crazy substitution, especially as some of the passenger numbers are like, there's like 30 or 40 passengers on an A321, and it's VIP configured as well, so it's pretty crazy, pretty crazy. Yeah, James, they are. Every single time that they're coming out, they're just racing straight down to the end of runway 25. It's really good. Ryanair is ready for push and start. I'm presuming it's the Max that's ready for push and start, I assume. Yeah, they are limited, but it's interesting just to see one operating. The Ryanair 737 Max is pushing back and Loganair is taxiing. Meanwhile, this Jet2 is departing to Antalya. We've got an Aer Lingus, which is descending into Newcastle as well, Aer Lingus ATR. Emirates is landing in 1 hour and 10 minutes, and a Eurowings in 1 hour and 2 minutes. So we've got plenty more movements to come, folks. Here goes the Jet2. Beautiful. Do like a good rotation. There we go, and that's a Loganair Embraer just taxiing now. And the Ryanair 737 Max is pushing back there as well. Feel sorry for the poor the poor dispatcher who has to stay connected to the aircraft with his headset and walk all the way back. What a pain. What a pain. Yes, Lima Mike Tango Golf, they're getting a whole load of new ATRs. And also they're getting a whole load of new ATR 42 600s. I say new, they're not brand new. Some of them are, you know, 4 or 5 years old. But they are investing heavily in their regional fleet, which is brilliant. I say regional fleet, that's the only fleet they have, but you know, it's great to see them making advancements. Also, we talked earlier in the live stream, but they're currently retrofitting their Embraer 145s with brand new interiors. And the new interiors, I think, include new seats too, which are going to save a massive amount of weight on those aircraft, so enhancing fuel efficiency and lowering CO2 emissions. So it's good. It's really, really good. Slowing there down by the tower. Is back for Wizz Air UK. Yes, I was looking on Flight Radar 24 yesterday, and I think it's back for it's operating for Wizz Air at the moment anyway. Also, interestingly, the Loganair Saab 340 fleet, the last Saab in the fleet, is due to be retired by the end of this month. Some of the last flights operate to Teesside Airport from Aberdeen. So if anyone's interested in the Saab 340, it's going to be one of the last, or it will be the last passenger Saab 340 anyway, operating inside the UK. That will be retired very soon. So if you haven't had a chance to see one or fly one, get booking. Get yourself on a Loganair Saab 340, because in just a matter of 2 weeks' time they won't be around anymore. And I think the last flight is on the 28th, the week after Christmas. So yeah. Sam, good morning, welcome to the live stream. Hope you're keeping well. Welcome on board. So Ryanair has pushed back, the toolbar's been disconnected, the crew look just about ready. Yes, I saw Sierra Alpha Juliet November's return from Vilnius. I think there's another couple going into maintenance soon. The other Loganair Embraer with the Pride livery is just requesting clearance now, so we'll probably see that departing very soon as well. The Ryanair to Krakow, stairs have just been taken away and that looks ready for pushback, so we'll get that departing very shortly as well. Nice and busy this morning. Ah, that's a shame, mate. That's a shame. Yeah, it's a great, great aircraft. I had the chance to fly from Kirkwall to Aberdeen on one last year when me and my wife were going out at the time, and I was meant to fly from Kirkwall to Inverness, but there was too many passengers on the flight, so I got booted off the Kirkwall to Inverness flight and instead ended up flying to Aberdeen, so that was fun. And then I had to get a train from Aberdeen up to Inverness. But yeah, I got the chance to fly in a Saab 340 then, and that was pretty cool. Right, Loganair's Embraer 145 lining up runway 25. Stephen Marchant, thank you very much, mate. That's very, very kind of you. Thanks for all the content you put in. Really enjoyed it. That's very kind of you, mate. And all the best for the holidays and the new year, mate. Hope you have a nice time. And thank you so much for your kindness and your support all year round. And a massive thank you to all of you dear channel members. It makes such a big difference on the channel, all of your kindness and support, so thank you all so much. It really means a lot. Right, that's the Embraer just departing now. Ryanair Max is racing along to the end of runway 25. I'm presuming this is an Aberdeen flight because he's rotated very early. Max just taxiing down to runway 25. Right, we've got Ryanair Max is waiting at the end of runway 25, and Stephen, a big thank you so much again, mate, for your kindness. Really appreciate that. We've got the Aer Lingus just descending in now from Belfast. It's just over to the north. I can't quite see it yet. I think the Ryanair's just been clear for push and start. The other Ryanair is waiting. The Ryanair there has just been cleared to line up and wait on runway 25. Just look at, yes, I can see it. The Aer Lingus is just up to the north. I can see it descending just to the north of me. We've also got a business jet just taxiing. There's a business jet just taxiing to the holding point there. Sierra Papa Tango Alpha Tango, that's a Beechcraft 400. I've seen that a few times. It's quite a regular visitor here at Newcastle. And that's just approaching the holding point. Meanwhile, the MAX to Barcelona is lining up there. Right, and that's the MAX clear for takeoff. Here it goes. Loganair's just getting push and start. The other Ryanair's looking for push and start. And the business jet there is backtracking to line up on runway 25. The Aer Lingus is about to turn on to final approach as well from Belfast. ATR 72-600. Oh no, he's not backtracking, he's going via Charlie instead. Alright. So the business jet's taxiing via Charlie and then along to Delta to the holding point at the end of the runway, just due to that Aer Lingus coming in. I presume the Aer Lingus might be getting a visual approach, seeing as how business jet is just taxiing there. Sierra Papa Tango Alpha Tango. Hawker 400 XP. Sorry, coming from Dublin. Don't know why I keep saying Belfast. I keep thinking of the Aer Lingus Belfast flight, but that's not due until later on, I think. That sunshine this morning, the early morning sunlight is beautiful. Especially this time of year when the sun's so low in the sky, it's fantastic. The Aer Lingus is just turned on the final approach now. I can see it on the approach for runway 25. And Ryanair's just been cleared for push and start by air traffic control. And over to the Jet2 and to the activity on the apron. We've got the Loganair, which will be taxiing in just a moment, and the Ryanair, which is clear for push and start. It's interesting about Teesside because oh, we've got the Loganair. There it is, Pride livery. Yeah, interesting one about Teesside. I think Teesside will probably end up having some new routes. The airport's doing very well with passenger numbers at the moment, doing extremely well. I don't see why not. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think Tui's is Tui operating another flight next year? I can't remember. I'm sure Tui's operating another flight, and Ryanair, I believe, have increased the frequency of flights to oh, is it Mallorca, or I can't remember if it's Mallorca or Alicante, but yeah, they've upgraded the frequencies because it's proven such a popular route, which is brilliant. I don't think Teesside's ever going to do amazingly well because, you know, they are limited by the terminal and the capacity, but there's nothing stopping them developing in the future. If it had a terminal the size of, say, Doncaster, Sheffield or something, they would have a lot more potential, but the terminal is a limiting factor. Is on final approach now. There's the Aer Lingus. Echo India, Foxtrot Sierra Lima. I remember when this, so when Echo India, Foxtrot Sierra Lima, this ATR was first delivered to Aer Lingus a few years ago. It was when Stobart Air was still operating. So Stobart Air, if I remember correctly, had this ATR, and it was. It had, if I remember correctly, it was painted white for years. It was just all white, registered Echo India Foxtrot Sierra Lima, and now I believe it's wearing the proper Aer Lingus livery, which is nice. Nicely done, very nicely done. There we go, and then there's the Loganair Embraer 145 just lined up in the background. James, absolutely. It's you know what? It's proven even in the last year just how much demand there is. I think it's 500,000 passengers or something they handled. It was a really good number. You know, nearly half of their busiest ever year, which was brilliant. And that's just with the likes of Ryanair and Tui operating there. So imagine what it could do with some more regular services. On the flip side though, Loganair did operate a series of flights from Teesside to Newquay and Belfast and London. Eastern Airways did as well. And they actually proved they weren't actually that popular. I flew myself on one of the flights, and the busiest flight was undoubtedly down to Newquay. The Newquay flight was full pretty much going down and full pretty much coming back. There was a lot of demand for that flight, but the London flight, some of the passengers, you know, sometimes there wasn't even 10 passengers on the flight to London, which is just crazy. Right, that's Foxtrot Sierra Lima, just taxiing along. The Loganair Embraer is lined up on the runway, ready to rock and roll. And the Ryanair, the Buzz Ryanair 737-800 is just taxiing now. Sierra Papa Romeo Kilo Echo to Krakow. And the KLM Embraer 175 has just called for clearance, so they should be going very soon. Right, now here goes Loganair. Loganair's up quickly. Will Newcastle ever get a viewing area, Stephen? I very much doubt it. Yeah, I very, very much doubt Newcastle will get a viewing area, and I'll show you why I believe Newcastle won't get a viewing area. So the old air traffic control tower, you see all the scaffolding that's around it. Yeah, apparently it's been dismantled, but there's lots and lots of scaffolding around the tower, the old air traffic control tower, and that was supposed to be. It was slated years ago, about 2016 or 2017, might have been 2018 even. It was supposed to be made into a viewing area, but subject to funds being available. Well, no funds have been forthcoming that I'm aware. And apparently it's slated for demolition. So yeah, you can see all the work that's going on in the old air traffic control tower there, but apparently it's been demolished, which is a big shame. But I honestly don't see us getting a viewing area at Newcastle. It's criminal, because I mean, you go to virtually any other European airport, most European airports have a viewing area. You know, I went to Austria for my cousin's wedding in September at Graz Airport, and they've an amazing viewing area you can just access from the public side and just go and watch the planes. It's fantastic. But in this country, everything is, you know, it's oh well, security. You know, having a public viewing area does not make an airport less secure. In fact, it enhances security when you've got more eyes. You know, you're bringing in an additional source of income. You're bringing people in who are more likely to spend money on drinks and, you know, a nice Greggs if it was. But it's such a shame. And it's not everywhere in this country, because as Stephen, as you say, you look at the likes of Manchester and they can do it perfectly well with having somewhere that the public can go to. But yeah, John Doherty, I don't know if I said hello, mate, but welcome to live stream. Great to have you with us. A viewing area would be well overdue. Totally agree, mate, but unfortunately very, very unlikely to happen. KLM Embraer 175, the baby EasyJet. It's just taxiing along there. Looking lovely in the morning sun. Ryanair's just been clear for takeoff. Oh, sorry, just panned a little bit too. Apparently there's a Coast Guard Sikorsky S92 just off Whitburn. Not sure that'll be coming here, but that S92 is around about. You'd pay for, Stephen, if you won the lottery. Oh man, honestly, it'll be fantastic, but it's just such a shame. It's such a shame. Even Malta, you know, we went to Malta, me and my wife there the other week, and you go to the public viewing area, you just walk in the terminal, straight up the left, and they've got a lovely display showing the airport's history and photos of the airport over the years, and you know, it just creates a lovely, for anyone who's not from the area, who's not growing up, you know, it gives them a little insight into what the airport's history is. Shannon Airport is another example. Shannon in Ireland is fantastic. Probably one of the best viewing areas in Shannon Airport by far has got one of the best viewing areas in my opinion. And display areas. Displaying the airport's history. Here's the Ryanair departing. Rotate. That's weird. Manual. That's weird. The autofocus has suddenly. Yeah, for some reason the autofocus is not. Folks, I might just have to quickly restart the camcorder because for some reason the autofocus has just suddenly gone really blurry and won't autofocus. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Yeah, for some reason the autofocus just stopped working. Every time I went to manual focus, it wouldn't do it. We've got the Vulcanair Oscar Yankee Papa Sierra just taxiing back. That's the one that landed before. And then as well as that, we've got the Diamond, that one that departed earlier. That's taxiing as well. So we've got them two taxiing. Meanwhile, the KLM Embraer 175 is just lined up on runway 25. The Tui flight to Tenerife's a bit late, it is, yeah, it's run just a few minutes behind schedule. The Emirates 777 from Dubai won't be too long, that'll be arriving soon, and as will the Eurowings Airbus A320. I feel like it's been really busy this morning. It's been really, really busy. There we go. That was the problem before, it just didn't want to autofocus and manual focus, so it was blurring the image. Sorry about that again, folks. Oh, 100% Mark. 100%. I can remember before it closed, going up there with my dad, and we used to meet the family and have a cuppa up there, and oh, it used to be brilliant before it was closed, and such a shame. Such a shame. But Newcastle's not unique, there's loads of airports that are exactly the same, have been closed, and it's a shame. And Amy, hello, welcome to the live stream. James Whale, it is daft, mate. I mean, this is the annoying thing, because other airports, they see the benefit of attracting people to the airport, not just as flying passengers, but also as people who want to spend time there, people who want to spend their money there. You know, it all adds to the investment of an airport, and it also brings the community to the airport. So, you know, when you want to expand and when you want to do things, you've got the community on side because you've engaged with them. Engaging with them doesn't just mean knocking on the door when you want to expand the terminal or expand the runway. It means involving them fully, but that doesn't really seem to happen much, sadly. Beautiful rotation there. DA62, I'm not sure what it is. They're both just holding short at the end of the runway there. Hey, that'll be good, Stephen. Max 8, that'll be fun. I think Tui's Max 8s have a little bit extra legroom as well because of the configuration, so yeah, that'll be really nice, mate. That'll be really nice. So we've got EasyJet A320 Golf Echo Zulu Whiskey Lima coming in from Belfast. That's just descending in now, over from the west. Amy, yes, it's KLM's Embraer 175 to Amsterdam. It's a great one to see. That's the second KLM we've had this morning. We had the Embraer E195 E2 earlier on from Amsterdam. Now we've just had the 175, so pretty cool. Right, now we've also got a Woodgate Aviation King Air. Usually they're used for medical flights, for transporting patients. That's also descending in. It's just to the north of the airport now, so that'll be landing in just a few minutes. So those two movements will be coming in shortly. Also got the Tui heading to Tenerife. That'll be going very soon as well. we go, that's that one airborne. Now I've got the Diamond. They must be doing some survey work because they're both... This is the second time this Diamond's been out today, so I presume they must be doing some survey work offshore. Coast Guard's there as well, which is interesting. You see on the notice on the front of this Diamond, there's a little bulge which looks like a camera. Noticed it before when it took off. I'm sure it was this one. Just see there's a... it's hard to keep it up with. There's a little bulge on the front of it which is looks like a camera. I think it's a camera. Right, the Woodgate Aviation Beechcraft King Air's just on final approach now. It's constant, one movement after another. I haven't had a gap to make a cup of tea yet. There we go, that's a King Air down. Oh, you're going on a Tui to Tenerife next August? That'll be fantastic, yeah. That'll be really good. Me and my wife just flew on Max about a week and a half ago back from Malta with Malta on their Max 8 from Malta to East Midlands. And initially I thought it was going to be a quiet flight, but I think in all there was probably about 50 passengers. It was really quiet. But they're a really nice aircraft, very comfortable. There we go, that's the Woodgate Aviation one, Golf November India Alpha Alpha, and like I say, they're used for transporting patients around the UK, especially in the north. Tends to operate from Northern Ireland and Newcastle and Teesside quite often. Well, next one's going to be EasyJet's A320 from Belfast. So that'll be coming in very shortly. In the meantime, we'll pan over to the apron. It's finally just quieting down a little bit now. We've got more passengers boarding the Jet2 737 there, and then we've got Tui's 737 MAX in the background waiting for its passengers as well. Well, there we go. Just waiting for the next movement to come in. PA 28, your favourite diddler, Mark. Ah, it is a nice one. This is a very nice one. Funny actually, I've only flown in a Piper PA-28 once. Me and my dad went in one also a few years back in Carnarvon in North Wales. That was quite nice. We were just waiting by the fence line at the time at Carnarvon Airport. There was just a low level fence around by the terminal, whereas now they've put a big security fence up to stop anyone accessing it, and they've put windmills down one of the runways as well, which when we used to go, you know, was still an active runway. And we were there one day, and this pilot saw us just watching the planes, and he said, "Oh," he says, "I'm going to move one of the planes into hangars. Would you like to come and do you want to come and join me?" We were like, oh yeah. So me and my dad went and jumped in this Piper 28, and he taxied it from where it was parked on one of the hard stands right the way across to one of the hangars. Just a little taxi around in a Piper 28 at Carnarvon. It was pretty cool. Really, really cool. Got the headset on and whatnot, and it was a really nice experience. Two AM landing. Nice. Oh, a grub going over your house. Nice one. Grown men going abroad in a Newcastle top. Why not, Mark? I mean, you know, it gets the if anyone's in any doubt as to who they support, I mean, there could be, you know, could be a Sunderland supporter if they don't wear the Newcastle top, you know. I'm joking. I know, to anyone who supports Sunderland, I know you won against Leeds the other day. It was quite funny actually, because I had the radio on for the who was it playing Manchester versus oh yeah, that was it, Manchester versus Bayern Munich. I had that game on at work, so I was just keeping tabs, and you know, the commentators are quite good because they keep you up to date with the scores, and I'm sure Sunderland beat Leeds, I think. Yeah. Well, I've got to say the ground conditions are not the greatest. It's muddy and stodgy and wet. It's one of them days where I'm pleased I brought my thick boots. Right, EasyJet should be visible in just a moment. It's descending in now. Amy, when you said there was... Amy, thank you for pointing it out. When you said there was a grub over your house, I've just clicked now that grub is now coming into Newcastle. There's two grub tutors just coming into Newcastle now. That's them just called up on the... Cool. So we've got two RAF Grub tutors coming in now, folks. Zulu Mike 320 and Zulu Mike 300. Cool. So yeah, Zulu Mike 3, actually if we zoom in on the approach now, the EasyJet is just intercepting behind the Grob Tutor. So the EasyJet is stalking this single turboprop. That's quite cool. And there it is, EasyJet A320 on the approach, and the Grob Tutor on the approach. That's cool. That's EasyJet just establishing now. So the first one is Zulu Mike 300. So these are training aircraft used by the Royal Air Force for conversion onto the jets, and then from the jets onto the fast jets, and then the jets onto the fast jets onto the fighters. So it's a good transition they have. Oh, dear me. And we've got the horse there today. Yes, the horse is here. He's not actually. The horse is usually in quite a. He's usually quite good company, but today so far he's actually been all right. He's kept his distance. He seemed a little bit nervy before, which he hasn't been before, which I was a bit worried about. But yeah, he's been fine. He's just grazing down at the bottom of the field. The thing is, it's so wet and muddy in this field. It's not ideal. There was a lone red arrow departing. I'm sure I saw someone post about that on the Newcastle Spotters group. Right, that's a Grob just coming into land. I'm presuming the both will be landing, I assume. Nicely done on the markers as well. Oh no, they're vacating via Foxtrot. Cool. EasyJet's just on final. Thank you very much, James. Cheers, mate. It's fantastic to have everyone on board this morning, and yeah, we've caught some great movement so far. We've still got plenty more to come. Emirates will be in soon. Eurowings will be in as well. So stay tuned, plenty more activity. And now we've got these two little visitors, two RAF Grob Tutors. This is the first one, and the second one's just behind the EasyJet coming in. Zulu Mike 300. He's just taxied past the whole chalk point and then just immediately home position. So I presume he's waiting for his wingman to come in. And here's the EasyJet. Here's EasyJet from Belfast. Oops. Golf Echo Zulu Whiskey Lima. These were some of the first Airbuses to be delivered to EasyJet with the winglets at the time, years ago. Horses don't like footy tops. Oh dear. Horses don't like footy tops, especially if it's Tottenham Hotspur and there's Spurs involved. Then no, definitely you're right. No pun intended. Tui Tenerife's now on radar. Woohoo! I think he's running a little bit late, isn't he? I can just see him over to the left-hand side. The stairs look like they've now been taken away. So it does look like they're ready. They weren't ready before. The other Grob is on the approach as well, the Grob Tutor. Nothing more nerve-wracking in a light jet knowing that there's a jet behind you. You're absolutely right, Chucks. If you look on my YouTube channel, if you go to oh yeah, sorry, the Tui's pushed back. If you have a look on my YouTube channel, or if you just Google it, Loganair ATR makes British Airways go around. Me and my good friend Daniel Sander, who films out of Prestwick and Glasgow Airport, we were landing at London Heathrow in a Loganair ATR 72-600. Our ground speed was about 85 to 95 knots. The British Airways behind us was about 137 to 144. And we were going so slow on the approach, the controller gave us loads of room to make sure there was separation to the aircraft behind. But anyway, we landed on the runway, and yet there still wasn't enough time because we touched down, quickly vacated, and as we vacated and I looked out the left window, here's this British Airways A320 putting the power on and quickly going around because there just wasn't safe to land. So it's exactly right what you say when you're in a small, slower aircraft and you've got even an A320 or an A3 or a 737 coming in behind you. It's yeah, puts the pressure on a little bit. That's some taxiing on the stand. Mark, going to do housework. No worries, mate. It's been fantastic to have you on the live stream, Mark. I'll see you soon, no doubt, mate. And hope you're keeping well. Great to have you with us. Take care. Don't do too much housework. Make sure you get your feet up at some point. Just popped up. Happy days. Yep, I can see the tail of it now. The tail's just behind the terminal there. So that'll be going out shortly. The other RAF Grob Tutor is just on final approach now. Pan over to it in just a second. Meanwhile, that's the EasyJet just arriving on stand, getting marshalled on. Right, we'll pan over to the RAF Grob Tutor. There it is. Zulu Mike 321, I think this one is. I think it's Zulu Mike 321. I'll double check because I might have the wrong registration. There we go, that's a Grob on the ground. I don't know if they're stopping here for fuel or if they're just quickly taxiing to depart. I'm not sure what they're doing. Aer Lingus is just getting push and start, the ATR 72-600. Just about to go now. EasyJet is in the middle of, currently in the middle of retiring most of their Airbus A319s. If you have a look on Flight Radar 24, you'll see that there's another EasyJet A319 heading to Teesside to be scrapped. I think there's nearly about 10 or 12 of EasyJet's A319s parked there at the moment. So there's a massive program to retire them, which is scary because it doesn't seem that long ago that the A319s were introduced to replace the 737s. So yeah, it's sad to see most of them going to the scrapyard. But if you have a look, Easy 9094, it's just begun its descent now into Teesside. Well, that's the other Grob there, just taxiing along. Meanwhile, we've got the other Tui 737 to Tenerife. That's taxiing along to runway 25 now. Down by the fire station, there's a live fire training exercise just ongoing there. So you can see the fire services doing some fire training. They just had an engine fire simulation on the test rig, and we're just simulating extinguishing it, so yeah, quite cool. Right, so we've got the Woodgate Aviation Golf November India Alpha. That's just taxiing there. The King Air, that's the one that landed before. It's so busy this morning, honestly, the traffic just hasn't stopped. I've got a full flask of tea and I haven't had a single cup yet. There's just been one movement after another. Right, so that's taxiing there. Then we've got the Aer Lingus ATR, Echo India Foxtrot Sierra Lima, taxiing there as well. And the Jet2 flight to Tenerife has just lined up on runway 25, so that's about to depart as well. I'll see how it goes, mate. I'll see how it goes. Like I say, I've not been able to do as many recently as I'd hoped to, but if I do manage to, then that'd be fantastic. Oh, there is another British Airways on remote. I didn't realise that. So there's another. So my mates Andy messaged me before to ask what the shuttle was on the remote stand, and I couldn't see one. Let me just check flight radar. I presume it's on flight radar, because he's just called for push and start. Yeah, there is another British Airways. Ah, Golf Echo Uniform Oscar Foxtrot. Ah, right. Yeah, because my mate messaged me saying, oh, is there another? I couldn't see it, but it's obviously been parked right the way around the back, because it's just popped up on flight radar. I just need to quickly drop him a message. There we go, that's a Jet2 pushing back. So that British Airways over there, the other British Airways, which I didn't even know was here, A319 is just pushing back. Echo Uniform Oscar Foxtrot. Heading to Heathrow. It was a Labour takeoff, Mark, you're absolutely right, mate. It just sort of went up into the air. Tango Uniform Mike Papa, one of the 737 Maxes of Tui, parked over there. We've got the ASL Airlines still powered up, actually. It's still got its nav lights on. Someone's forgot to put the nav lights off. Oscar Echo India Whiskey Bravo, parked up on the north side. A couple of movements over there. And the Jet2 that's pushing back, so we've got another 2 departures coming up. Meanwhile, the closest 2 departures are this Aer Lingus ATR to Dublin. Then we've got the Beechcraft King Air depart now. I think it's going to Stansted in just a moment. The Emirates is not too far away at all. The Emirates is just approaching Teesside, as is the Eurowings A320. So we've got the mighty Emirates 777 coming in just a few moments. Stephen, it did look very heavy, yeah. But it's that time of year, this time of year, the Tenerife flight, especially before Christmas, always tends to do quite well going to Tenerife. The flights coming back tend to be dead until sort of the new year. There's lots of birds over there, isn't there? See all the birds in the distance. There we go, that's the Aer Lingus up. Landing gear still down. Oh no, there it is. So just going up. Must have wanted to cool the brakes. It's quite a long taxi from where they were right the way to the end of the runway. And if you get hot brakes, then a good way to cool them down is leave the wheels down for a moment, just to let the airflow cool the brakes, and then retract your landing gear. Haven't seen that done in a while, actually. Used to get it quite often there when Thomas Cook used to operate their 757s to Newcastle. Quite often whether it was the rears that were overheating a little bit on the taxi, or especially during the summer, they used to keep their landing gear down quite a bit. But then someone from Manchester told me, oh no, it was this is someone who used to work for Thomas Cook. Oh no, it was because they always had they always had very slow hydraulics on them. I was like, all right, okay. Oh yeah, 100% mate, 100%. The times, I mean, I love going to Gran Canaria and the Canaries this time of year because, you know, you're just guaranteed sunshine and warmth. If you go into mainland Spain, you know, you can get maybe 20 odd degrees or something, but the Canaries, at least, you're going to get nearer the 30s and you can swim out in it, and it's lovely this time of year. I think that's one of the reasons the Cape Verde flight will do so well. It's the King Air up. Golf November, India Alpha Alpha. So that's Jet2 on its way to the holding point, down to runway 25, and the British Airways has just been cleared to taxi behind. Golf Juliet Zulu Hotel Kilo, heading to Tenerife. That's what that Jet2 is. Meanwhile, here's the British Airways A319 that was parked on the remote stand on the north side of the airport. There it is, taxiing. Echo Uniform Oscar Foxtrot. One of the baby A319s. Called a baby A319. It's not a true baby bus. Everyone likes to call the Airbus A319 the baby bus when in fact the term baby bus was first associated with the Airbus A318, and then a lot of people cottoned onto it and started using it for the A319, even though the real baby bus is the A318, which Air France is now, along with Tarom, one of the last commercial operators of in Europe. Frontier used to be a big operator of it and retired theirs, and Avianca used to operate it. British Airways used to have two of them on the London City to New York flight, but over the years the A318's just become more obsolete, especially as new twin jets like the A220 have come in and can carry more passengers and burn less fuel. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but yeah, it always makes me laugh when people call the A319 the baby bus when it's technically, by rights, it is the Airbus A318. The Emirates is just to the south of the airport, as is the Eurowings A320. So we've got those two arrivals coming in quick succession. Jet2's just been cleared to line up and wait runway 25. Just taking the opportunity to do something I was going to do nearly 2 hours ago, and that was pour myself a cup of tea. So I've finally just poured myself a cup of tea. Life can go on now. Hee. Right, Jet2 is lined up, ready to go. These two departures should get out for the Eurowings. The Eurowings is just turning on the final approach now. It shouldn't be too much longer. Hopefully British Airways gets cleared to line up. That's the Eurowings turned on to final now. I can just see it in the distance.
The 585 Delta, stand by. Yeah, not just yet. Tell me what time my flight's on as well.
There we go. British Airways A319 is just holding short now of runway 25, and then on the approach Eurowings A320 is just on final there. Looks like Tower's not going to... That's the Eurowings established. Doesn't look like British Airways is going to get out. Eurowings is cleared to land, so British Airways isn't going to get out in front, unfortunately. Typical. Can't quite see the Emirates just yet. We should be getting turned in on the final approach now. That's the Eurowings Airbus A320. Just keeping an eye out to see if I can see. British Airways is cleared to line up behind the landing Eurowings. Still can't see the Emirates just yet. I can see him on flight radar. Ah, yes, I can see him now. I can see the Emirates now. Emirates is just off to the south. So this Eurowings A320 is coming in from Düsseldorf, from Germany. We had a few of these Eurowings flights for the Newcastle versus Borussia Dortmund game last month. Eurowings brought their A320neo and A321. Another 777, Carl. Same here, mate. Can it beat the 777? Be interesting to see as and when Emirates receive their 777Xs, which doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. Be interesting to see if we get them, or if we get the Dreamliners that Emirates are getting. Be interesting to see what happens. I think this is next Air Berlin A320. I'll double check, but I'm sure this one's Delta Alpha Bravo November Kilo, and used to fly for Air Berlin before they went out of business. Very nicely done, very nice. There we go, and that's the British Airways just lining up behind there now. And in the background you can see, just on the approach, there's the British Airways, and therefore we just look on the approach. There's the Emirates just turning in on the final. just over the coast. See Emirates on the approach to runway 25. Meanwhile, we've got British Airways A319 Golf Echo Uniform Oscar Foxtrot lined up and ready to go. Delta Alpha Bravo November Kilo. So you can tell the ex-Air Berlin registration, the ex-Air Berlin aircraft, a lot of them, from their registration. So when they were delivered to Air Berlin, the registrations included Alpha Bravo, Delta Alpha, so Germany, Alpha Bravo, Air Berlin. So you can tell a lot of the ex-Air Berlin aircraft just from the registration, which is pretty cool. Right, British Airways is rolling, and the Emirates. And the Emirates is there just on the final approach. Here comes the British Airways. Just disappearing behind the terminal, taxiing to stand number 10. Right, now head over to the approach where we have the star movement of the day. Emirates Boeing 777 all the way from Dubai, United Arab Emirates. There she is, just on the approach to runway 25. Interestingly, that EasyJet A319 that's gone into Teesside looks like, it's, as opposed to being scrapped, it looks like they're doing crew training with it. So that's nice. Makes a change to all of the ones I've sent there for scrapping. Yeah, here comes the Emirates. Operating into Newcastle Airport now, the 777-300. ER of Emirates has been now for 10 years and 3 months. 11 years and 3 months even. Minus obviously a year and a bit with the pandemic, but still going strong here in the northeast. Hey, there she is. Beautiful.
Roger, San Francisco, have a good day, Emirates.
Alpha 6 Echo November Hotel. Big Bird's back in the northeast. Stephen Marchant, is it true an aircraft has to do an automated landing every so often? Yes, it is. It's got to be performed to make sure the aircraft systems and everything are all still performing as they should be. There's no problems in that regard, so it can be performed safely. When we landed at East Midlands Airport about 2 weeks ago, the captain of our flight performed an auto land into East Midlands because the weather conditions, and yeah, it's something that has to be performed every so often. But yes, that's correct. Why does the captain have a tiller? I don't know. It's a good question. Good question. I think also, why does the captain have one and the first officer not have one? Don't know. There'll be some reason behind it. I know that certain cockpit designs, it's to do with the weight inside the cockpit, so instead of having a tiller on both sides, it's just on the captain's side, but I don't really know, to be honest. It's a good question, Mark. A very good question. There we go. We've got British Airways A321neo, which is on final approach, GNE OS, Golf November Echo Oscar Sierra. That's just about to land now. I haven't seen the newest British Airways A321neo, the registered Golf Tango November Echo Alpha and Bravo. I haven't seen them ones yet. I've seen November Echo Oscar Sierra, Victor, Uniform, but yeah, I haven't seen this one, the newest one so far. Emirates taxiing in on the stand. We'll just quickly pan over to the British Airways landing. There's the BA A321 GNE OS. Always like watching the Neos land. Callum Dalglish, yes, it was a very nice landing by the Emirates. Very nice indeed. Stand number 4. Yeah. I wonder why the British Airways is going to 4, not 3, because 3 is usually used for British Airways. Unless they're doing work on stand 3. More fire training ongoing down at the fire training centre. There was a little fire just started in one of the engines of the test rig down there. Yes, that's right, Stephen. So initially when Emirates started their flights to Newcastle, they were operating Airbus A330-200s, and then they switched to the 777 in, I think it was September 2012. September 2012 was when they switched to the 777-300s, and yeah, pretty much been using them ever since. I'm interested to see if we'll get the 777X or the Dreamliner in the next few years, with the deliveries of those slated to start very soon. But the cargo capacity of the 777 is unrivaled to any of the aircraft they have on order, so it'll be interesting if they just keep it the same, or if we get a 777X in the future. Next 5 to 10 years will be very interesting. Why is the British Airways going to stand 4? And there's a whole load of, unless it's a training thing, I don't know. British Airways is going to stand 4. Usually the British Airways stand is where the jet bridge is on stand 3. Very interesting. EasyJet has just been cleared for push and start. So we'll have another departure going out very shortly. We've also got another Aer Lingus coming in, Aer Lingus ATR 72-600, which is coming in from Belfast, so that'll be arriving soon. Oh, that's interesting, Tony. Very interesting, mate. Mark, I couldn't honestly say, mate. It wouldn't be for me to say, but yeah. I think a better comparison is asking a pilot who's actually gone from the sim onto the aircraft, because that's where they'll be able to tell you the difference. But yeah. You know, the fact remains that a simulator is an essential tool to getting you flying, and it's also a massive aid in training. You know, if that wasn't the case, airlines would not pump and invest millions and millions into them, because, you know, it's cheaper than sending a crew in an aircraft to go and do some circuit bashing, which is essential, it is needed, but it's far less cost effective than sticking them in a simulator. Whereas a simulator can replicate things very, very well. So yeah, hard for me to say, but time I've spent in the simulator flying, and you know, you see that correlation between the real thing and the simulator, but the actual feeling and handling is a total different sensation. You know, so yeah, it's interesting. It's a good question. Yeah, Tony, very interesting point about the cargo as well, because we have the cargo on the Emirates typically does very, very well out of Newcastle. Well, I finally have a cup of tea. Ordered a few minutes ago, so it's actually gone. It's gone a little bit cold, but it is now time for a nice bit of homebrew, a nice cup of tea. So. Enjoy that. About 9:30, I really fancied a cuppa, but there's just been so many good movements to see, it's not had a chance. Oh, lovely. Very nice. It's EasyJet just getting taxi clearance. it would appear my horsey friend is a little bit tired. Yeah, he's gone from trotting around to just having a nice quiet sit down. I can live with that. It's when he comes up to you and tries to start nibbling the wires and eating your cables, that's when you got to worry. All that Scotch whiskey. Now I've got to drive home, mate. Sadly not today. Oh, it's quite good. I was just checking our battery status, and let's say we've still got an hour on in the external power and another 2.5 hours internal power, so we can still keep going until round about 2 o'clock. We'll be ending the live stream about then, about the time the Emirates departs, because after 2 o'clock there's about a 2-hour gap between the last arrival and the next one, so I think it's about 1:40 or 2 o'clock, and then after that there's a big 2-hour gap, so we won't be staying on. We'll be calling it a day after that. Oh, it's quite nice. It's just gone quiet for a little bit. And for anyone who says for anyone who thinks that live streaming is glamorous, it most certainly is not. It's a boggy, muddy mess. It's the kind of ground conditions you've got to work with. It's very wet, soggy and muddy. Someone's just been told roll to the end to vacate. Who's that? Oh, it's Aer Lingus. Cool. Aer Lingus ATR 72-600 has just been told to roll to the end because Bravo is unavailable. So we'll get the Aer Lingus taxiing straight in front of us. That'll be cool. Honestly, mate, the tea was divine. It was just the right temperature. Wasn't scalding hot. Wasn't freezing cold. It was just the right temperature. Beautiful. EasyJet's just holding Delta 1. Aer Lingus Golf Charlie Mike Juliet Lima, a 7-year-old ATR 72-600. Operated by Emerald Airlines UK, is just on final approach now. The crew have been instructed to roll to the end of the runway to vacate. There is an inspection. There's a ranger out and a couple of guys just having a look over over there. They're just having a quick nosy. probably secret plane spotters. Just having a quick watch of this Aer Lingus. But yes, here it is, the Aer Lingus ATR 72600 from Belfast City. Now this route, this is a really interesting route. It used to be one of the busiest routes to and from Newcastle, operated by Flybe years ago. They used to have two times daily on this flight, as they did with Gatwick. They stopped operating the route when they went under again this year, and after that Aer Lingus Regional took over the route and have been operating it since, and it seems to be operating quite well for them, because yeah, they've continued it pretty much all year round, so it's nice to see. It always used to be a popular route to Belfast City. It was always quite nice. Shame they didn't put a bench there. Yeah, it would be good. It would be good, but a nice gravel path would be quite nice as well. But you know, can't all have luxuries. Not to worry. So the EasyJet's just been cleared to line up wait behind the landing ATR. I'm also keeping an eye on, there's an RAF A400 just over to the west of Cumbria, Roulette 99. I'm just keeping an eye on that, because sometimes they do occasionally come into Newcastle for a quick low approach and go around, or a training flight, so I'm keeping an eye on that. And it looks like, if I'm correct, we might just have a little bit of a gap after this Aer Lingus. After the Aer Lingus has landed and the EasyJet's departed, we might just get a little bit of a break. Nicely done. There we go, and that's EasyJet just lining up behind. Now that would be cool, mate. That'd be very cool, Stephen. Unlikely to happen, but cool idea. St. Dermot. There's all the cleaners getting ready to go on the Emirates to go and clean it out. I'm hoping they should depart on time if they've landed ahead of schedule, so that'll be good. Aer Lingus is parting straight ahead on stand number 5. Hey, my auntie's watching. Hello, welcome to the live stream. Great to have you watching. I hope you're having a lovely Friday. That's the Aer Lingus just onto stand 5 there. We're just going to pan over to the departure end. We've got the EasyJet just departing now. Echo Zulu Whiskey Lima heading to Belfast. Break in the movements, which is nice. That's the Aer Lingus just shutting down on stand there. And then just over to the right we've got the Emirates 777, and that's the cleaners are just about to go on board. They're all still waiting, and the fuel trucks there just getting it all fueled up. So that's good. Everything's looking good for the Emirates. And then on the British Airways is, like I say, weirdly it's on stand 4. Usually they're always on stand 3. Just going to have a quick browse on Flight Radar. Oh, I nearly forgot about the Air France. There's an Air France Embraer 170 coming up from Paris Charles de Gaulle. That's just started its descent. It's near Teesside, so it shouldn't be too long. It'll just be in a few minutes. Tony McCall, bring a few pallets, yeah. To be honest, could definitely. The thing is, though, because it's someone else's field, you know, you've got to. And the fact there's, you know, there's a horse in it as well. You just got to be mindful of that. It's not, you know, it's not exactly something you can just do what you want with, but. Aye. Just having a look, we've got the Air France coming in, and after that there's a bit of a delay because next movement after that is a Jet2 coming in from Spain. I nearly forgot about that. We've got later on, in about an hour, we've got a Transavia 737-800, so that's going to be operating for KLM on the Amsterdam to Newcastle flight. Should be landing at about 12:40, so that'll be a nice one to see. We've also got another EasyJet coming up from Bristol, Airbus A320, Loganair from Stavanger. What else? We've also got Ryanair coming in from Dublin at about 1:20, and the Jet2 from Malaga is probably going to be our last arrival, because the next arrival after that, there's a business jet coming from Sion in Switzerland, but the next arrival after is not until 4 o'clock, so there's about a 2-hour gap. So we'll try and stay alive until the business jet, the net jets from Sion arrives. And the Emirates is due to depart at 1:10, and hopefully it's on time. Eurowings A320 is due out in 10 minutes. The crew's all ready to go, and it's already on Flight Radar, if you're tracking on Flight Radar. So yeah, should be good. James Whale, just checking in Wikipedia, pre-pandemic that number of passengers from Newcastle was 5 million plus passengers, while 2022 was 4 million. Do you think 2023 number will be close? Yes, James, I 100% believe that this year's passenger numbers will be closer to 5 million. I wouldn't be surprised though if they're slightly under 5 million. it wouldn't surprise me if it's at or around 5 million, but if it's over 5 million, it'll be fantastic. The airport this year has really bounced back in a big way, and the passenger numbers are still trending upwards, but this time of year is really when you do get those last numbers, especially with the Finland flights to the Fly See Santa events and all of these different ones, and the New Year Aurora flights as well. So it'll be interesting to see all combined how this year, what the passenger numbers are. It'll be interesting to see. Is Newcastle Airport the best in the UK? Well, I'm a little bit biased. So it's definitely one of my favourites. You get such a nice mix of traffic. You know, whether it's the likes of these little Aer Lingus ATR 72-600s or the mighty Emirates 777 coming in from Dubai, you get a real nice mix. You get holiday traffic, scheduled traffic, and charters. And this year we've been fortunate as well, because with Newcastle United playing in the Champions League until they were kicked out the other day, you know, we've had a nice series of charter flights this year as well, which has been really good. I haven't seen those kind of flights here in 20 years, so it's great. Excuse me. The shortest scheduled flight will be Newcastle to Aberdeen, which takes just about 25 minutes. I think it comes in slightly shorter than Belfast. If not, it'll be the Belfast one, and the longest flight will be the flight to Dubai. Although, just thinking about it, Bridgetown might actually, is Bridgetown longer? It might be longer, you know. Yeah, Farang Travels, I was just having a look, and the longest flight is technically to, I think, Cancun in Mexico, which is about, depending on what the wind is, it's about 9 to 10 hours, which is longer than the Emirates flight. The Emirates flight is at about 7 hours going across to the United Arab Emirates. So, yeah, Cancun, Mexico seems to be our longest one. It's interesting. Well, I think whilst we've got a little bit of break in movements, I'm going to pour another cup of tea. The Eurowings A320 Dusseldorf has just called for push and start, so he's got his clearance and he's ready for push and start. So they'll be going in just a moment. I'll pan over at the terminal once they start moving. All the cleaners are on board the Emirates now, so that should be ready for boarding in the next half an hour. Oh, that's cool, Stephen. That's cool. My first flight outside of the UK, just as the pandemic was, well, the rules for the pandemic were being eased, was from Luton to Madeira. So I flew down to London Luton from Glasgow, and then Luton to Madeira, and that was the first time being outside the UK since the beginning of 2020. So the week of the lockdown, I was actually in Sweden. I was across in Stockholm, and it was really weird because Stockholm had already started bringing in the, the rules limiting travel and socialising and all that. And it was weird because we were in Stockholm and the main city centre was absolutely dead quiet. It was unbelievable. And then we flew back to Brussels. We flew to Belgium. Belgium was really quiet. And then we flew from Belgium back to Edinburgh on a Brussels Airlines A319. And the difference between us flying to Sweden, we had a full flight of passengers going to Sweden. Then when we flew from Brussels back to Edinburgh, there was only about 16 or 19 passengers on our flight back to Edinburgh. It was crazy. It was dead quiet. And people just weren't travelling. So it was kind of scary to see it all happening. And but then to see things opening up again and things getting back to normal was really nice. It was really nice. I won't forget going through the terminal at the end of 2021 and seeing a queue of passengers, in fact, in the terminal at Newcastle, and just thinking, this is nice. It's nice to see it getting some life back into it again. It's really good. Frank Travels, no worries. Take care of yourself, mate, and we'll see you very soon. Take care, and thank you so much for tuning in the live stream, mate. Great to have you on board. James Whale as well, take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon, James. Lovely to have you on the live stream this morning. Hopefully see you soon, mate. So the Air France E170 isn't too far away now. It shouldn't be too long till it's landed. That's interesting. There's a German Airways Embraer 190 flying overhead heading to Aberdeen from Liverpool, and I'm not sure if that's to do with the I forget which football game it is being played up there, because there was rumour that there was going to be a Condor 757-300 flying up to Aberdeen, but that doesn't seem to have come to fruition, so it's a bit of a shame. Right, Air France Embraer 170 from Paris Charles de Gaulle is on final approach now. I keep hoping that one day Air France might upgrade our Newcastle flight to an Airbus A220, or as some of you might know it as the C series, the Bombardier C series. They have switched most of the Edinburgh flights to the A220, but they seem to be using the Embraer 190s and 170s mainly on the Newcastle route. It'll be nice to see a change of aircraft on it one day, hopefully. I was hoping to get down for the Newcastle versus PSG game the other week, and I missed the opportunity, sadly, but we had an Air France A321 come in on, I think it was 3 days running, which was pretty cool. Stephen Marchant, when's your next flight? That's a good question, mate. It's a very, very good question. There we go, that's the Air France down. Nicely done. So this flight, this Air France flight used to be operated by EasyJet RJ85s between Paris and Newcastle, and eventually they retired the RJ85s and the route was transferred over to Hop, and then Hop's been incorporated into Air France, so now it's just operated by Air France. Nice little planes. They're very, very comfortable to fly on, especially with the 2 and 2 abreast seating. It makes it quite comfortable because there are no there's no middle seats. So Foxtrot Hotel Bravo X-Ray Juliet. So I'm just taxiing to the stand now. But in answer to your question, Stephen, when's my next flight? It's a bit weird, but I actually don't have anything booked. It's the first time this year I don't have anything booked. My last flight was, me and my wife went to Malta a couple of weeks ago. That was our last flight. And yeah, I think that's probably going to be it for a little while. Probably until February or March next year at least, but nothing booked at the moment. I am looking at doing so I've still got this trip to Norway which was meant to happen this year. Unfortunately it got cancelled, but I still have this trip up to the very northernmost part of Norway, into Svalbard, and it's one of the most northerly places in the world where you can do, you know, plane spotting and filming and that. So I was meant to fly there from Stavanger up to Tromsø, and then Tromsø up to Longyearbyen in Svalbard. That was meant to happen earlier this year, but unfortunately it all went a bit pear-shaped, and the original plan, it was meant to happen last year, but it all happened around the week of the Queen's death, unfortunately, and there was a rush on flights between Norway and the UK, and so I ended up losing my seat on my flight back to the UK. So I could have gone up to Norway, right to the north into the Svalbard Islands, but I wouldn't have been able to come back, which would have been a bit of a pain. So hopefully next year I'll get up to there, and then we'll see. I'd love to go up to Iceland, but yeah, we'll just see how the year goes. But at the moment, very unusually, nowhere planned, but a good couple more trips down here to Newcastle to catch some of the day's activity, which will be nice. And Jet2 Aviator, welcome to the live stream. Great to have you with us, mate. Welcome on board. Well, I think I'm going to have another cup of tea and a lemon curd sandwich as well. It's a bit of a weird combination, lemon curd sandwich with salt and vinegar crisps as an extra. Bit of a weird combination, but it works. So the EasyJet flight from just a couple of movement updates, folks. Well, the EasyJet flight from Bristol is airborne and is heading up towards Shrewsbury at the moment. So that'll be landing here in the next half hour. Also, the Eurowings A320 to Dusseldorf has just pushed back. You might be able to see the tail. The tail's just there, and that's them requesting taxi. Oh, me.
70 taxi straight Delta, hold short Delta 1, runway 25, QNH 1030.
That's them just been cleared to taxi down to runway 25 to Delta 1. There's also 2 RAF Grob tutors on the ground, which arrived earlier on a training flight, so they should be departing. They should be departing soon, unless they're in for some other reason. But usually they just refuel and head straight out again. So in case anyone missed it earlier on, this Eurowings A320 Delta Alpha Bravo November Kilo used to be operated by Air Berlin. So before Air Berlin ceased business in 2017, they used to own this aircraft. And as you can tell from the registration, Delta Alpha Bravo November Kilo, the A320s delivered to Air Berlin. The registrations all started with DAB, AB standing for Air Berlin. A lot of Eurowings A320s, which were delivered to the airline, to Eurowings themselves, are registered Delta Alpha Echo Whiskey, DAEW, and the EW obviously Eurowings. So just a little interesting thing on registrations. Even from a registration of an aircraft, you can tell sometimes a little bit of its history just through the registration. Or the British Airways A320 that arrived earlier on this morning, Golf Mike India Delta X-ray, GMIDX. MID was the call sign, Midland was the call sign of British Midland International, BMI, before they were absorbed into British Airways in, was it 2012? 2011. So their aircraft that were delivered in the early 2000s were all registered GMID, and some of the A319s were registered GDB because they were used on the European flights. So even though the aircraft now wears British Airways livery, you can tell from its registration who it used to fly with, which is quite interesting. Sad little fact about registrations. Oh, Stephen, that sounds good, mate. I think that'll be the 737 Experience one that's at I forget where it is now, at the simulator centre. Oh yeah, I know which one you mean. I haven't been in that one personally. I've only been to my my good friend Clive's down in Durham. Done many hours of flying on it, and the other one, that one at the Sim Experience Centre, is meant to be quite good. I've never been to it personally, but it's supposed to be quite good. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Oh, there's a magpie sitting on the fence over there. I love the fact that magpie can sit there on the fence and not get told off, but if I did that, I can guarantee I'd get told off. Just over at the far end of the apron, on the north side of the apron, they're doing some work to the light bulbs at the moment, to the floodlights. There's a couple in one of those long arm cherry picker things. Just up there, changing some light bulbs, or fixing them. I could do with one of them for my window cleaning, be quite fun now. There we go, that's Eurowings approaching holding point Delta 1 now, so he should be departing in just a second. So Eurowings clear for takeoff. I think it's that one, Mark. Yeah, I think it's that one. They've got an Instagram page and that, and I'm not sure if it's the same one, but they had an F-35 simulator as well. Like I say, I'm not sure if it's the same one or not, but yeah. Here comes the Eurowings. Just a reminder for anyone who thinks that live streaming is glamorous, it's really not. That's the kind of mud bath I have to work around. So yeah, it's great fun. But I do have a trusty friend with me. Although saying that he's been a bit funny today. Usually he tries and nibbles the cables and that, but today he's just sat quietly, saying that the ground is soaking wet, so that probably doesn't help. Yeah, very muddy. Well, that's the second fuel tanker just about to connect onto the Emirates. The Emirates needs obviously a hang of a lot of fuel to get across to Dubai. So that's the second tanker just getting ready to refuel once the first one's done. There's a couple of Emirates Sky cargo containers just going past. Oh, they've got a Spitfire as well, Mark. Ah, right, that'll be the other one. I couldn't remember which other one it was they had. I knew they had an F-35 Spitfire. That'll be the other one. They've got an A320 as well. Nice, very nice. It's funny actually, that's one simulator I've never actually been in. I've never been in a full A320 simulator. I had the A320 download on my computer home-based simulator, but you know, that's just a computer one. I've never actually been in a full A320 simulator. I've been in plenty of A320 cockpits, but yeah. Right, British Airways A321neo is just getting ready to push back now. Push and start is approved. British Airways is clear to push back. So we're just having a quick look on flight radar 24. The EasyJet from Bristol is currently over Manchester, so he'll be here in about 20 minutes. The Ryanair coming in from Dublin looks like they've got a little bit of a delay down on the ground at Dublin at the moment, so he might not be here. Till near 1:30. The KLM, the Transavia 737-800 that's operating for KLM, is in the air, and that should be with us in about 35 to 40 minutes time. So we've got those two inbounds at least. And the Emirates is scheduled to depart in about 50 to 55 minutes time, so that shouldn't be too long. I'm just trying to find some information on those two Royal Air Force Grobs that came in earlier to see if they've got a departure time. Can't find anything as of yet, but that's another good movement. So just behind where the Emirates is, over on the far side, you can see the two blue tails there. The lighter blue one, the Tui 737 Max, that's due to depart to Hurghada in Egypt at about 12:45. Usually, especially for that flight, it's a bit like the Canaries and Cape Verde flight. They have to uplift quite a significant amount of fuel, because it's a long flight, and also you need to take a contingency amount of fuel in case you have to hold or divert or whatever. So that's meant to be departing in around about 20-25 minutes. So yeah, that'll be another good movement to see. All the cleaners, the Swissport cleaners, are just coming off the Emirates. You can see them there, just passing the bags of rubbish down the steps. That's quite some job when you think about it. 300-seater aircraft coming in to Newcastle, then have to clean all of that. The Emirates has just... not the Emirates, the Air France has just got clearance to, or is getting clearance to Charles de Gaulle.
Here to Paris via runway 25 into New Jersey 3 for departure code 315.
That's very interesting, Mark. Very interesting. The Concorde one would be pretty cool. That's a British Airways just requesting taxi. Well, now that the Emirates is all clean, they should be able to begin boarding passengers soon. The only downside is the refueling still ongoing, so it seems like that side is a little bit behind at the moment. Anyway, that's the British Airways just taxiing out now, heading to London Heathrow, A321neo. As you can see just in the background behind the British Airways tail, you can see the Newcastle International, welcome to Newcastle International sign, which greets all passengers who arrive here into the northeast. There we go, that's a BA taxiing. Golf November Echo Oscar Sierra. I was really surprised from getting here at about 20 past, 8:30 when we started the live stream just for the Tui Dreamliner arriving from Bridgetown. I was amazed how busy it was earlier on this morning. Just seemed constant, one movement after another. Oh, it is incredible, definitely, Mark. Yeah, 100%. It's amazing how much rubbish accumulates. I'll tell you what amazed me when I flew with WestJet to Canada in October. You know, there was complimentary drinks all the time, and I had my water bottle with me, and one of the cabin crew said, she asked if I wanted my water bottle filled, and I was like, yes please. So she took my water bottle, because initially I'd asked if I could just have instead of having the water in a plastic cup, and instead of wasting the plastic cup, could I just have water in my plastic bottle? To which she said, yeah, but could she take my bottle into the galley? So she took my bottle into the back of the plane, filled it with water and brought it back to us. So instead of just a small cup of water, I got a full bottle of water, which was really kind of them. But just amazes me the size of aircraft and how many people they carry, the sort of, you know, how much water they've got on board and how many facilities. It's really impressive. The Aer Lingus ATR to Belfast is just about to start its engines and push back, so that will be departing very shortly as well. You can see the autofocus is just focusing on the bushes, which is a bit of a pain. Yeah, usually you get.
I think miles per run has done in left station 125, something like this. 167, hello, report left station 125, we'll put jet traffic to the car. I will clear it there with the 190.
Someone's just called up saying that they're 6 miles away. I'm not sure who it is. Mark, yeah, sometimes you get a flap open at the rear of the aircraft. It's for the yeah, it's for the APU, I believe. Someone can correct me on that. The Diamond DA42, the DEA Aviation one, which we've already seen land and depart twice, is now coming back into land. So that's just following the River Tyne, heading up this way, and should be landing in just a few moments. So we'll get that landing again as well. Meanwhile, the Aer Lingus is now pushed back and is starting its engines. That's a British Airways lining up.
186, requesting to report on this, just to service 34 mile final there. I was there from our final, 180. Oh, yeah, report 64. 61, 180.
So yeah, Lingus ready for taxi. And that's the British Airways rolling now as well. And now we'll pan back to the Shamrock Green Aer Lingus. There it is, just taxiing. You can see that there's 48 of you all tuned in at the moment. A very good afternoon to each and every one of you. If you have just tuned in to the live stream, we've got Emirates 777, which will be departing in the next 40 minutes. As well as a Tui 737 MAX. Got an EasyJet coming in about 10 minutes, so plenty more movements to bring you very shortly. Meantime, here's the Aer Lingus Golf Charlie Mike Juliet Lima. Now this is Aer Lingus Regional, operated by Emerald Airlines. Now, unlike most of the Aer Lingus aircraft, which operate under Irish register, this one is on the British register, as you can see, Golf Charlie Mike Juliet Lima, and all to do with operations out of Belfast City, so to and from the UK. And as part of that, Aer Lingus have registered a number of aircraft on the British register, including some of their A330s and A321s, with Aer Lingus having a transatlantic operation out of Manchester Airport. And so to conform with UK regulations, they have their aircraft registered in the UK, which is quite novel. So that's the Aer Lingus there taxiing. Meanwhile, we've got the DE Aviation Diamond 42. That's just missed out of the corner of my eye. That's just landed now on runway 25. I believe they're doing some survey work off the North Sea at the moment, so that's why they're back and forward at the moment, in and out of the airport. Looks like the great... sorry. The Aer Lingus has taken an intersection departure. Cool. Aer Lingus is departing from Holden Point Charlie. This will be cool. I always love it when they take off from Charlie. Last plane I saw taking intersection was the KLM 737-800 last month. That was cool to see. ATR, however, will have no issues at all getting airborne from there. Nice. Very, very nice. Always love an intersection departure. Doesn't look like boarding on the Emirates has started yet. It's due to be going out in 35 minutes, so still plenty of time, but boarding hasn't begun yet. So the EasyJet is just about to turn on the final approach. So we'll be getting that landing in just a moment. Yeah, Mark, the view you get. The view you get going up those steps is really cool as well, mate. Totally agree. That's the Emirates just called up for clearance, just to see what departure you can expect. That's good. I think, Mark, I think that the registration is Alpha 6 Echo November Hotel, A6ENH. Right folks, sorry I was just getting a bit distracted there, just having my last sandwich. So we've got EasyJet's A320, which is on final approach now. Pan over to the approach end of runway 25 and we'll see EasyJet from Bristol. There she is. The next arrival after that is going to be a cool one, Transavia's 737-800, operating on behalf of KLM. Interestingly, with the airline with Transavia, which is the low-cost offshoot, they've operated the exact same aircraft, the exact same registration on this route now for nearly a month and a half. And they've only used a different aircraft once on that flight, and that was a 737-700. So a little bit disappointing that it was the same registration the whole time, but could be worse. There we go, nicely done.
Okay, Bravo, 5. Bye-bye.
There we go, that's EasyJet just vacating now. Alright, no, I didn't notice that, Mark. Didn't realise there'd been one squawking emergency. Interesting. Air France has just pushed back, the Air France Embraer 170. It's getting ready to go. PHH said, oh, too far out now. So yeah, France just requested taxi now. I just need the Air France to request Charlie. That would have been fun. Air France Emirates departing from Charlie. That would have been really good. Right, that's the Air France taxi in there, just behind the terminal. Well, behind the pier. It looks like they've nearly completed refueling the Emirates 777, which is good. Transavia is just over Humberside, it's around Hull, so it shouldn't be any more than 20 minutes in theory. The Air France just approaching the end of the runway now. So Air France cleared to light up and wait runway 25. So Air France clear for takeoff. Here he goes.
loading up Delta 1,
Very nice. Very, very nice. Right, the Tomjet Tui 737 MAX has just been cleared for push and start. So you expect to see the tail just at the back there. Should be moving in a second, the blue one, the light blue one. And that's the one going to Hurghada in Egypt. Golf Tango Uniform Mike Papa. Dump. Right, so that's the Tui clear for taxi. And the Transavia 737-800 is just on its descent now into Newcastle, so it won't be too long to go. There's a crow. I don't know if you can see it on the screen there. There's a crow flying, catching up with the Tui 737 Max. Oh, that's funny. So there's another fuel tanker just waiting next to the Emirates, so unless it doesn't look like they've finished refueling, and passenger boarding doesn't seem to have commenced yet, so unless it's all being done through the front door, which doesn't usually happen. Usually they do front and rear, but we'll see. That's the Tui being clear for takeoff. The wind's virtually dead at the moment. There's virtually no wind at all, so this should be nice and powerful. Here we go. A nice heavy 737 MAX 8 heading all the way to Hurghada in Egypt. Oh, he's up fairly early. Shouldn't really come as much of a surprise as the Max carries, requires a lot less fuel than normal 737. It looks like, oh yeah, they've begun boarding despite there being two fuel tankers there, so they're still, looks like the fuel delivery has just finished, but they have commenced boarding. So they've commenced boarding whilst two fuel tankers. I haven't seen that before. Usually they clear the fuel tankers out of the way before they allow passengers to head toward the aircraft. Well, the Emirates is still scheduled to depart in 10 minutes, so there might just be a few minutes late. Tug's just heading there now. Flight image! This is a good start to the weekend. Welcome on board, mate. Yeah, just a nice little starter for the weekend. A little bit of aviation to start us all off, why not? So yeah, passenger boarding has commenced using the rear steps and obviously also the forward door. But interesting. Very interesting. Because usually you want those baggage carts and that out of the way, and you want the fuel tankers out of the way as well before anything else. But it's very interesting. There we go. That's everyone just going up via the rear steps, and now finally they're moving both of the tankers away at last. Buy one fuel truck, get another fuel truck free. Maybe that's the way it works. Oh dear. There's loads of passengers boarding that. Loads and loads of passengers. Well, it looks like it's going to be a busy flight. So we've got the Transavia 737-800 which is coming in just a moment. He is just south around Sunderland at the moment, and then we've got a RAF Hawk that's at 13,000 feet. I'm not sure if he's going to be coming in or not, but we'll shortly see. An RAF Hawk just off the coast. I'm not sure. Yeah, they use the extra long ones for the Swissport side, but they're quite they're normally used on that one. Javelin. I might get a Hawk coming in here. I'm not sure. There's a Transavia just about to establish on the approach. I'm not sure if the RAF Hawk is coming in or not. There's also Jet2 737-800 just pushing back as well. Happy days. There's another one going. Emirates stillborn. The EasyJet A320 is boarding as well, so we've got those two. Now, it looked like we might have had a couple of Hawks coming in, but it doesn't look like it now. Anyway, there's the I don't know what the guy there's getting, he's way out in the safety area just to get a photo of the Emirates. Yeah, he's practically running on the bit where the vehicles are just to get a photo of the plane. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. John Kenneth Williams, now and then. How's it going? Yeah, very well, thanks mate. How are you doing? Great to have you on the live stream. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Hope you're keeping well. We've got a Transavia 737-800 operating for KLM. That's just turned on to final approach. That's him just called up tower. Doesn't look like the Emirates will be going at 1:10 though. It's due out in 3 minutes. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Yeah, EasyJet is boarding as well. So once again, folks, it's great to have each and every one of you on the live stream. I know some of you have been here since this morning at 8:30 when we first went live, and it's been brilliant to have each and every one of you on board. Thank you all so much for joining. Still got a few more movements to go today. We've got about an hour and a half battery life remaining, and then after that, that'll be it for today. Loganair's Embraer 145 in the Pride livery is just descending off the east coast over the North Sea into Newcastle. So that'll be landing in just a few minutes. I think he's just passing 12,000 feet, so not too far away. Also, the Ryanair from Dublin will be coming in shortly. So yeah, we've got the Ryanair from Dublin. We've also got Cowley 39 Zulu Mike 333, which has filed Cranwell to Newcastle. So there's an RAF Venom which is en route from Cranwell, so we should get that as well. I'm hoping it lands. If it lands, that'd be fantastic. So we've got a few good movements still to come, including RAF Venom. That'd be nice. Right, here's the Transavia Papa Hotel Zulu Oscar, one of the most regular used 737-800s into Newcastle recently. That was solid. There we go, Papa Hotel Zulu Oscar.
Hey, Bravo, 277, get on my phone. Just to confirm, it's 7 to get on 959.
And Mickey, welcome to the live stream. Are you flying out from Newcastle soon? That'll be good, mate. That'll be really good. To Benidorm. Should be nice and warm there, hopefully. Papa Hotel, Hotel Zulu Oscar. John Taylor, hello, welcome to live stream. Great to have you both on the stream and concert. I hope you're both keeping well. Flying off to Dublin, that'll be good. Well, the Ryanair Dublin flight is running a little bit late. It's just inbound now. It's just passing over to the north of Bishop Auckland. It's just approaching Durham. It should be on the ground in about 10 minutes. The Loganair Embraer coming in from Norway, from Stavanger, is just descending now and is about to establish on the approach for runway 25. But great to have you on the live stream. Hope you're both keeping well. Yes, I did see that, Mickey, but the thing is, it was supposedly it was meant to tie in with our Cape Verde flights. But from what I've seen, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. It looks like we're now going to get an extra Max 8. So I'm not sure what's changed, because all the Cape Verde flights are down as the Max 8 and all the Turkey flights are as well, so I'm not sure what's happened. But yeah, apparently they're just going to base an extra Max 8 here for next year, but we'll see what happens. It might change yet, you never know. There's lots of passengers still boarding the Emirates at the moment. They're all just boarding via the rear steps. It's nice to see Transavia here. Really, really nice.
Stop off the Tango Romeo Mike on approach to Town Bridges. And I will report when we're abating the runway. Stop on your mic. We'll report 2 miles north there, please. Stop on your mic. Thank you. Tower Rescue 4. Tower Rescue 4 on the fire station. 4 confirmation to Echo. Rescue 4, that's the bad look. Hold on, 5.
Right, the Loganair.
Confirm your mic, I'll begin orbiting. Confirm, confirm your mic, I'll continue orbiting until sold all the way, thank you. Traffic information, standby.
Tony McCall, yes, I just saw that. Tango, what's it? Golf Tango Uniform Oscar something is the registration. Tango Uniform. Was it this morning it was delivered? No, it was this morning, mate. Golf Tango Uniform Oscar Delta.
I haven't got them in save, but I'll let you know when I do. Confirm your mic.
Yeah, Golf Tango Uniform Oscar Delta. I was ferried from Everett this morning. That's pretty cool. That's just the sound of the metro train going past, folks. In case anyone wonders what the noise is, that's just the sound of the metro train going from Newcastle Airport.
Confirm your mic, traffic inside. I'll remain orbiting. We'll comply, confirm your mic, thank you. Report, thank you.
Right, the Loganair Pride livery Embraer 145. It's now in our final. That's right, left yesterday, arrived this morning, because I saw a post this morning about it that it was expected due into Manchester just earlier on. It's nice to see them getting another Max. I'm looking forward to when they get these Max 10s once it's eventually certified. That'll be really cool, getting a Max 10. We might even end up with one based here in the future. Who knows? There's the Loganair just coming in. The RAF Venom, which looked as though it was heading up to Newcastle, has now done an orbit and is now landing back at Cranwell. So whether they come up here after they've landed or done a touch and go or whatever, I don't know. But right now, it doesn't look like they're coming up here. Last arrival for today is probably going to be the Jet2, which is approaching Manchester. Jet2 737-800. Shanx 39 Alpha, it's coming in from Malaga. It's due in 27 minutes. Golf Juliet Zulu Bravo Hotel, 5-year-old 737-800. That's probably going to be our last arrival for today. Now here's Loganair. Nicely done. Nose went down very quickly there. Next arrival is going to be a Ryanair 737-800 from Dublin. It's just turned on the final approach now.
The intended route after the bridge is expanded outside airfield, confirm your mic.
He wants to fly back to Airshot Airfield.
We'll be transiting northbound through the controlled airspace. Apologies, stop on your light. We're Port Bridge, just stop on your light.
Looks like boarding on the Emirates is pretty much complete. The rear steps have been taken away. Now it looks like they're just waiting for the forward jet bridge to be disconnected, and then pushback can commence. EasyJet A320 is just being cleared for push and start. Brilliant, so that's another one, and Emirates hopefully should be ready in just a moment. Ryanair has just turned on final approach, and now that's EasyJet pushing back. Right, next up is Ryanair's 737-800. Here it is. It's on the approach for runway 25. And this one's got split scimitar winglets as well. Cool. Echo India Delta Papa Papa, 16-year-old 737-800. beautiful, beautiful. Very, very nice. So this is another one of the 737-800s that Ryanair has begun retrofitting with brand new split scimitar winglets. So yeah, it's going to vacate at the end. Come on, going to vacate at the end? No? Yes? Hey! And believe it or not, these are some of the oldest 737-800s in Ryanair's fleet. It's crazy to think of now.
Delta 1 runway 25, Juliet 1029 REG 1 Robert. Alpha 3 update EasyJet taxi stand 4 running at 0 Newcastle target again at Emirates 34 Quebec Heavy. Flight information departure at Juliet 1029 on stand 30. Requesting other passenger to Dubai with level C30 on the person.
That looks like that Phenom may finally be heading north. He's Cowley 39. He's finally heading in the right direction. Any recent virtual Ryanair action, Mark? Mark, I had a bit of a problem with my flight sim last week. I started up to go and do a flight, and the PMDG 737 keeps crashing my simulator. As soon as I select the default aircraft, it works fine. But the PMDG keeps crashing it, so I had to try and sort it out, and I managed to find the problem, but I've had to reinstall quite a few things, so I haven't done any flights in the last week, which is annoying, because there's a few days where I really wanted to do a flight. There we go. Echo India Delta Papa. See the stand guidance there, just guiding the aircraft onto the stand. So Jet2 is just descending over Manchester now, and the RAF Phenom is still heading north, so I'm hoping that RAF Phenom might make it up here, but we'll see. Right, the jet bridge has been disconnected from the Emirates 777, so the Emirates should be ready for pushback in just a minute. Pan back to the EasyJet. Looks like the Emirates is ready for pushback. Push and start. EasyJet clear for takeoff. Sounds like the sounds like the two RAF tutors that came in before are about to depart. It's got that feeling like it's going to rain. Right, here goes EasyJet. So the first of the Grob tutors is over there and they're getting ready to depart. There we go. That's cool. We're going to have nearly a trio of planes heading up the runway. The RAF's getting tailed by a DA-42, that's funny. Emirates has just popped up on flight radar 24. Emirates is finally now shown on flight radar 24. Again, folks, if you know anyone who'd be interested in watching this, please feel free to share the live stream with them, and you can enjoy watching the Emirates 777 departing in just a few minutes. There we go, it's the Emirates requesting push and start.
stand by. Emirates 34 Quebec.
Yeah, Emirates has just been told to stand by. I hope that RAF Venom does end up here. He's gone low level over the Yorkshire moors, so there we go. Emirates push and start is approved. Sorry folks, OBS may have just disconnected then reconnected, apologies for that. I just noticed it on the laptop. Right, Emirates is pushing back. There she goes, the mighty EK 777. There it is. Best sound is the sound of those GE90 engines as they start up. Can it be it? Right, the first Grob Tutor is just departing now. So it just lifted off there. That's the first engine started, starting engine number 2, starting number 1, 2 to 1. There we go, it's a good start on both engines for the Emirates. Next we've got the DA42 just lifting off. So Emirates just doing a quick flight control check and then they'll be on their way. Mark! Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, still here. Still here, still going. Our main battery packs ran out of juice, unfortunately, but good news is our laptop one, we've still got about an hour and 10 minutes left. So still enough juice. Next Jet2's coming in from, I think, Malaga. It's going to be landing very shortly. Juliet Zulu Bravo Hotel. Oh, cool. The Grob is taking an intersection departure. There goes the other Grob tutor, the second Grob that landed before. The Emirates just been cleared to taxi to runway 25 as well. Right, now for the big bird. Emirates 34 cleared to taxi to runway 25. Yep, I'm still trudging in the mud. Gonna have fun cleaning this when I get back home, I tell you. Oh dear. Andy Appleyard, hello mate, how you doing? Hope you're keeping well. Great to have you on the live stream. I'm keeping well, thanks mate, yeah. Not doing bad at all. I've still got a quarter of a flask of tea left. We've got the mighty Emirates to depart. We might have an RAF Venom coming in shortly, and we've got a Transavia 737-800 to depart. So everything's pretty good at the moment, mate. I hope you're keeping well as well, mate. Lovely to have you on the live stream. Lovely to have everyone on the live stream. Actually, I've just remembered I haven't eaten my bag of crisps yet. Still got something to eat. Callum Dalglish, Emirates, yeah, that's what I thought, but he used 3-4 several times, so I have no idea. What does flight radar? Yeah, it's supposed to be Emirates 3-6, and yet he said Emirates 3-4 twice, so I don't know why he said that. Because Emirates 3-4 is Glasgow, isn't it? There's a Royal Air Force Venom, in case anyone's on Flight Radar 24. There's an RAF Venom which looks like it might be headed our way, but we'll hope and we'll see if that comes in. 3-5 and 3-6, yeah. Yes, Andy, I saw that because initially when I saw it heading for Teesside, I thought, oh dear, here's another one going to the scrapyard, because there's about, I think there's nearly 10 or 12 of them, which are all in there to be scrapped at Teesside. It has, yeah, it's been constant traffic, mate. It's been constant. Yeah. The call sign is Emirates 34 Quebec. That's the call sign he's using. Emirates 34 Quebec is what he's saying to tell her. So interesting. Very interesting. Tony McCall, that makes sense, mate. That makes sense. Thank you for that. Right, Jet2's just been cleared to land on runway 25, so the Emirates is going to have to wait a minute. Yeah, it's definitely Emirates 34 Quebec. That's what he said. Yeah, it is. You're right. You're absolutely right, Mark. And sometimes you just got to be there to see the movements. I mean, we've had the 2 RAF ones. We've had the delayed Max this morning. We had the delayed Tui flight, which, you know, they're all extra movements which make the day quite interesting. So yeah, it's been really good. Been really good. Like I say, after this Jet2, there's another business jet coming in from Sion. That's due to land in 20 or 30 minutes time. We might stay live for that, we might not. And then after that, that'll be the end of the live stream for today. But it's been good. BA have been doing the same flight image, yeah. It seems to be. A little bit of heat haze there. It's a bit weird. Heat haze in December, who would have thought it? Right, here is the Jet2. I was going to come down and film when we had those really cool conditions the other week, but it was too icy and dangerous to take the car out. It just wasn't sensible. There we go, it's the Jet2 on the ground. The Emirates should be lining up behind. I presume the Jet2 is going to do a typical Jet2 thing of going all the way at the end of the runway. Yes, they are. Don't know why Jet2 doesn't really like using Bravo or Charlie intersection at times, especially when the wind's light. Right, the main event of the afternoon. Clear for takeoff, 25 Emirates 34 Quebec. Gets them rolling. Beautiful. There we go. That's the Emirates up and away. Beautiful. That was cool. Right, Transavia next to Amsterdam. That's the next main movement we're waiting for. Not sure if they've got a slot delay. That was cool. Flight image and markup was really cool. Doesn't matter how many times you see it, it's just like, whoa. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yep, see you soon, Stephen. Great to have you on the live stream, mate, and thank you so much again for all your kind support, mate. And I hope you have a fantastic week. I'll catch up with you on another stream soon, mate, or in another video. And have a great weekend. We'll see you soon. Take care of yourself, mate. No, I don't think so. I think there's very little chance of Saudi coming in. Very, very little chance. I think other than the money they bring at the end of the day, you're still limited to the number of passengers and routes. And the route has to be economical. It's got to be proven. But so far there's none of that. But you never know. We might get a day, you know, once weekly flight or something like that. It might work. But with the likes of Emirates, you know, Saudi have nothing really to compete with here at Newcastle. So it's a bit of a dead end for them. But no doubt with the sponsorship money and everything, that's massive for the club. And yeah, it'll be good to see over the winter what happens. I mean, especially with Newcastle having just left the Champions League, you know, there's going to be a need to spend some more money next month. So yeah, we'll see what the future has to bring. Well, folks, I think the last movement of the day is going to be this Transavia 737-800, after which we'll end the live stream. But hey, it's been fantastic having everyone on. We've caught lots of movement since we went live early this morning, and again we've managed to prove the battery life and the system all works, which is brilliant. And once again, I hope everyone enjoyed it. It's been a good day. It's been a really, really good day. Looks like the Transavia is just waiting for the pushback to begin. Haven't called up yet. I'm not sure if they've got a slot delay. Sometimes happens, especially when you're running late like they are. They end up with a slot delay in their airports such as Amsterdam, and then that carries on through the rest of the day. Well, last cup of tea of the day. Hey, there we go. There we go. Push and start approved for the KLM. Fantastic. There we go, that's the beacon light on and it's pushing back. yeah, Ryanair has just been given push and start as well, folks, so we might just stay live till the Ryanair's departed as well. Looks like Loganair's getting ready to go out as well. Unfortunately, we'll have to probably end it after the Ryanair, depending how quickly they both get moving.
Yes, we are.
Apparently the Transavia has a problem, so he's got a problem that they need to sort out, so they're just going to pull forward to Alpha 4, which will allow the Ryanair to backtrack down the runway, I assume. So yeah, they've just got a little technical problem they need to work out. Right, yeah, no, he wanted a weekend Amsterdam start, definitely. He's got a technical problem, so he's holding short there. I'm not sure how long he'll be, but give him another 10 minutes. Anyway.
Okay, that's 27 uniform. This position we like to reverse left engine for a few times, approximately 4 to 5 maximum. KLM E2 from Roger, what level of what are you using that position? Is it above idle or? Yeah, it's just idle for the time being. Otherwise it gives you a time. KLM E2 uniform Roger, that's the case, not above idle power. If you don't look at what all times are, I'm driving the above idle. Okay, we listening watch.
The KLM has a problem with his thrust reverser. So the KLM's got a problem with his thrust reverser, and they want to open and close it about 4 or 5 times on the taxiway. Yeah, they want to open it 1 or 2 times, but apparently they've got a problem with it. So yeah, they've got a problem with their number one engine, so that's the left engine as you're looking at it there. And the one to... Yep, there we go, that's them just deploying it now. They're deploying the reverser. Only do it 4 or 5 times just to make sure it's working. So yeah, problem with the thrust reverser. Right, the Ryanair is just backtracking down the runway now.
We have to select more than the pilot, above
Right, so the KLM needs to select more than reverse thrust because apparently it's not. Yeah, apparently it's not working. So the thrust reverser on number 1, he needs to put more than idle reverse power on it, so he needs to put more than idle reverse thrust. So they're going to have to taxi to another position where they can do that. So meanwhile, so they've tried.
Are you happy to backtrack to the lens, sir? Roger, you can keep flying Charlie East and then taxi by Delta and then point Delta 1.
Taxi out Charlie East and post our number 1 to my Ryanair.
Oh, I thought we were going to get a Ryanair Charlie departure there. Oh, typical. The Ryanair crew essentially just said, oh, we're able to depart from Charlie. My hopes just went through the roof there. Oh. Never seen a Ryanair take off from Charlie here at Newcastle. That would have been cool. Oh well. Don't need any reverses in Schiphol, Mark. Exactly. On the minimum equipment list as well. I mean, they'll be fine without it. But the problem is if it's not locking. If the reverse is not locking properly, or they've got an indication otherwise, then. That's the last thing you want. So the crew's now just heading on to stand 2-4 with the Marshall, where they're just going to try and put some reverse thrust onto the aircraft's engine and see if that'll rectify the issue. But so yeah, that's the Transavia just taxiing there, and he's going to put some reverse thrust onto the number 1 engine just to try and sort this problem out. Not a major problem, but well, it is a major problem. Marshall is just marshalling them in, and he should be able to put a little bit of reverse thrust on it.
And KLM 27 uniform at this position, may we start our reverse thrust operation. Thank you very much. We'll call you complete.
Right, so the KLM is now going to apply reverse thrust on the left number 1 engine to try and sort whatever the problem is out. So it does, yeah, definitely it does. I've never ever seen this before where where they're using the thrust reverser on the ground. There's a problem with the thrust reverser, and they're using full reverse thrust on the left engine to try and rectify whatever the problem is. You can hear the reverse thrust there on the number 1 engine. Gotta say, they're mechanical marvels when you watch the engines go like that. The CFM56 is just amazing.
KLM uniform. Problem solved. Ready for taxi to us.
Yay! KLM problem solved.
Taxi hold Alpha 4, KLM 27.
Yay, they've solved the problem. Fantastic.
Taxi hold Alpha 4. Number 1, Delta, Delta 1, runway 25.
We've definitely got a good view, you're right. There we go, that's a Transavia problem solved. Thrust reverser on number 1 was used, and that's them taxiing to Delta 1 runway 25 now, number 1 for departure. So whatever the issue is now sorted. Well, that was a little bit of excitement. Not often you see, well, I don't think I've ever seen that on the ground here. Line 4 reverse thrust on a stand. That's cool. Very cool. Very, very interesting. All I need now is the KLM crew to say we can accept Charlie for departure. That would be the icing on the cake.
We are ready, then. KLM uniform, handline info, 2 shots, final by Delta 1, 19 days, 2 yeah, Delta 1 land wait. We have missed that.
So we've got the KLM taxiing along and the Loganair Embraer as well. The Piper 28 just about to land, and then we'll get these two departing, and then that'll, I think that should do us for today. It's been an exciting day. Oops, sorry folks. What's for tea? I'm not sure, mate. I'm not too sure. Not. Clear for takeoff. No, my very dear wife did me pie and chips yesterday. Steak pie and, actually it wasn't chips, steak pie and mashed potatoes. Delicious with vegetables and gravy. Lovely. Happy days. But yeah, she made steak pie, mashed potatoes, beans, carrots, gravy. Ah, it was delicious. Absolutely delicious. And then chocolate brioche with a cup of tea afterwards. Right, here's the business jet coming from Sion in Switzerland. KLM was just saying a big thank you for helping with the marshalling and letting them do the engine run, because it's helped them solve the problem, which is good. It's good. Enhances safety and all of that. Here comes the business jet. It's one I've seen quite a few times. Charlie Sierra, Charlie Hotel Foxtrot, I think it is. There we go, got some on the ground. So we're going to just line it up. Well folks, this is us drawing to the end of the live stream now, so thank you all very much for watching. It's been a fantastic day. We've been live for about 6 hours. I got the Tui Dreamliner this morning, the 2 RAF Grob Tutors, Emirates, Eurowings, Air France. Got the Transavia with the thrust reverser issue. We've got lots and lots of good movements today. It's been a cracking day, and thank you all so much for those of you who've been on since the start. It's been brilliant. Right, that's the business jet just vacating the runway. Loganair shall depart, and then we are calling it a day.
So before the smack, runway 25, with 24 to degree 5 knots, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff. Thanks so much, Mark. Thank you, mate. It's been brilliant to have everyone on board. It's been really, really good. Yeah, it's been brilliant to have everyone on board today. And we'll try and do another one again soon in the next week or so. We'll see how things go. Rotate. There we go. And there she is up again for the second time today we filmed at departing. There we have it, folks. That is it from here at Newcastle International Airport. It is Friday the 15th of December. Whatever you do, I hope you have a fantastic weekend, whatever you get up to, and a great week ahead as well. I want to thank you to each and every one of you who's tuned in today, especially those of you who've been on since this morning. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much for watching. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you in the next live stream, wherever that may be from, hopefully here at Newcastle, but we'll wait and see. Thank you again, folks. Take care of yourselves, and Mark Sanderson as well, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you very soon. Take care, everyone, and have a great weekend. Take care as well, Andy. We'll see you soon. Ta-da.